you. Here's the thing. I feel like let's play a little game, so that we are all awake. I am going to ask you a question. If your answer is yes, you clap 2 times. If your answer is no, you clap once. All right? Very simple. If your answer is yes, you clap twice, and your answer is no, you clap once. Did you have your lunch? That is more like it. Are we in Mumbai or are we? Ah, got it. There's one, the energy I see from that table is so amazing. Are you having fun? Are you learning? Are you tired? Someone clap once. Who's tired? Is anyone tired there? Are you pointing out at someone else? Listen, I can take it a little different way, and to get the boredom out and tired out, I can get you out here and do some little jiggle. So once again, is anyone tired? Clearly everyone's confused. Your answer was 2 claps for yes and 1 for no. So there are many people who are tired, I believe. Is it? What was the joke, if you could share that with me also? Acha, tired to clap as well. Please don't. It's very easy. You won't spend much energy while doing that. Once again, I'll request all of our guests outside to please come in as we're about to begin our next session. Okay, then now it's time to officially start our next technical session. The topic for this session is strengthen your data resilience against ransomware. And our speaker for this session is Mr. Nikhil Kurgaonkar, ArcServe's Director Sales. With a career of 22 years spanning across healthcare, pharmaceuticals, logistics, and IT sectors, Nikhil has had tremendous experience in handling large infrastructure projects with a broad perspective of business and the way the data is secured, protected, and managed. So can we please put our hands together and welcome him on stage? Everybody, come on. Let's do a better job than that.
Before this start, people are just coming in. So I was given 2 choices. One, you take a session before lunch or after lunch. Both were difficult sessions that I could have managed. I thought I'll choose the later one because people should be at least not grumpy during my presentation. And yeah, I mean, we started our entire session with resiliency, right? Data resiliency. We started our day with resilience, data resilience. We ended before lunch on data resilience. We are now starting with data resilience. Better got to be good for BFSI sector, isn't it? I get the energy as well from him. So I'm Nikhil Kurgaonkar, Director India SAG, managing this for last 5.5 years with ArcServe. Uh, Today we talk about strengthen your data resilience against ransomware. Okay. In fact, if you look at this one slide, since morning, whatever is being spoken about, whether it is data digitization that is happening in BFSI space, when you look at pandemic, the impact of pandemic on BFSI sector, uh, I mean, it's no exception, right? India and BFSI is no exception to pandemic. In fact, there's a new word that is coined. It's called cyber pandemic right now. Right? If you look at the first slide, first part of the slide is UPI transactions breached 5 billion mark in month of March 2022. Right? That shows the extent of digitization that is happening in the space. If you look at open banking, banks are, and in fact even insurance sector are embracing this entire internet era. And while doing that, if you look at the API management that is happening, Gartner now predicts there'll be double the attacks on API abuses that are happening, right? If you see data security, data protection, they all go hand in hand. And even cloud adoption, that these are the trends, these are the challenges that you're looking at. How do you address the entire digitalization space? RBI, IRDA clearly understand the issues that the entire sector is facing, and the regulators keep talking about business continuity, and that's where we come in. We understand that ransomware is growing rampant. In pandemic alone, the attacks were so crazy in last 2 years. In fact, it's now kind of an industry right now, right? It's $20 billion is what people spent in 2021. 2022, the growth looks like almost 218% by now. And 265 billion is what that industry will be worth. I've been a good industry. I think we would all be proud of it. But obviously, this is something that is taking away from us. So cyber warfare is right now targeting critical infrastructure at this point of time. The major sectors that are attacked are government, defense, probably from cyber warfare perspective, healthcare, and BFSI. And ultimately, the words that were used was trust. Amit, in the morning from Aviva, gave that example, right? Trust in God, but lock your car, right? We give you the key to that car. Let's look at this insurance sector. The top ransom that was paid was $40 million by our CNA Financial. The Wall Street Journal talked about cyber warfare, the cyber war facing banking sector. 2/3 of business in India have seen increase in ransomware attacks. Thales survey. Our very own CEO, kudos to them, uh, saying that India is fast becoming global epicenter. And now this attack, Kasia, particularly what happened, it's not just about compromising, if a ransomware attack is compromising one particular organization, getting bids for what sort of ransom they can actually ask for. It's again about, with Kasia, what they learned was one particular solution, VSA server that was on it was a 0-day attack. And then when this was compromised, it compromised the whole sector. All the MSPs who were using this solution were compromised, and come with that, the entire downstream customers were compromised. And there were thousands of customers across the world who were compromised here. You talk about even the Hondas of the world, Accentures of the world. Lockbit gang, in fact, encrypted data for their clients, airports. With that, the CTO's perspective is very clear that exactly how do I really get back to normal? That's the first discussion that he has when the panic is there. And then when the panic keeps spreading across, because finally with the CTO, that's where the buck stops with, right? And then what else can we do to protect this if there are any further attacks? We firmly believe that there has to be a convergence of data security and data protection. In fact, data protection as a word itself is coined across either in security phase or in data availability space. We come from the data availability or resiliency part, but we also have a security layer that is put across. That's because if you look at these layers of security that you're putting across when you're designing the solution for your organization, when they get breached, find the data, the most critical data, it's on its own. That's what you can recover from. And if you know, the study clearly says that we've been helping quite a few organizations, and study always says that 65% of the organizations who recover from a bad ransomware attack actually could recover the data out of a backup server. You speak to any IT administrator who's actually gone through this a task of actually managing how do I come out of a ransomware attack and how do I really recover the data from, they would say that the next thing I would do when a ransomware attack happens is I'll pull the plugs on the backup server so that I can keep it intact. So we actually look at this from a perspective that you've got three pillars that we sit on. One, prevention. Second, protection. Third, recovery. Prevention is extremely important because even the ransomware attackers understand this pretty quickly, that if you are going to recover from a good backup server that is protected by a good software, then you got to make sure that you work as a client. I mean, the scorched earth, if you see that methodology, they keep on sitting there, they keep on compromising the coordinates, and they actually work as a client for the backup server. When that happens, we've actually put in a whole XDR that gives you another lock and key mechanism on the top of backup server. And when we do that, we clearly are preventing ransomware attacks. And we are not just preventing ransomware attacks, we are making sure that the mission critical data that you have, that remains intact. Protection perspective, for quite a few people, it could be a simple straightforward backup copy. Whatever I started at 8 o'clock in the night and whatever I got is the backup copy that I have, is a point solution that people talk about. But we go the whole 9 years of data protection, whether it is physical, virtual, cloud, in multi-cloud environments. If you look at even public cloud, we can actually protect the entire workloads. And it's not just about ransomware, right? It's about external threats like malwares, major disasters, human errors, or even site outages that you're looking at. From recover perspective, it is important that what are you really looking for? You're looking for one good copy of data. If the attack happens, you're looking for one good copy of data that you can recover from. Now, whether you can keep it on-site, you can keep it off-site, you can keep it in cloud, whether it's private cloud or it is public cloud. We understand, even AWS for that matter, right? There were outages. So let's understand, from a solution set perspective, it's a wide solution set, just like security is building up. Virtual standby, just to give you one example, we can look at a backup copy, the last backup copy, if there's a ransomware attack, or if there's an attack that is possibly compromising the whole solution, okay? Or if possibly a server goes down, I can spin up the backup copy onto this virtual standby, which is called a hot server that's actually kept on site. And we were the ones, so we are in this market for last 39 years, closing on to 40 years. End of 2022, I'll say we completed 4 decades here. We understand very clearly that this has to be a close-knit fabric. You can't talk about, you must be hearing people talk about resiliency on one side and security on the other side. We've woven this together. Right from machine learning, when the zero-day attack happened for Kaseya, right? You had to ensure that there has to be a software that is put onto a backup server that will ensure that it actually keeps on doing this machine learning, understanding, having anti-ransomware protection there, where you can even prevent those zero-day attacks. Be it RCA that is required, malware removal that is required, that's now plugged in to each and every solution set that we have, whether it is software, appliances, or in cloud. Multi-factor authentication is part embedded in our solution set. Be it agentless or agents that you are looking for. These are, in fact, solution set. I would not go through each and every point, but these are solution set that are solving problems one at a time for BFSI sector. In fact, just to give you one example, you look at replication on different sites and you look at HA. These two solutions that you see, if I combine that, you look at quite a few banks today are not covering up branches. If you can put across this solution across all branches and then replicate all that data across to a DR, that's where you can keep it intact. And we do this online. It is always available. And in fact, it is application aware. So the last record that you've actually been put in to your database, even that remains intact. Let's understand. If the server goes down, a server can come up. Does that mean the services will start? If the VM goes down, VM can come up, but the services don't start. In our case, we go right up to the service level. With the application that you are using would come up. And this is the wide footprint that we have. Again, we've got solutions that can sit on the palm of your hand. In fact, for banks, we can use something called OneSafe Solo. If you can see that clearly, I can't see this on my screen, but OneSafe Solo that could look for a very small business or even branches for banks and other organizations. We've got cloud. We've got AXA backup, which is erstwhile backup that we've developed for almost 40 years now. And this is a solution set that can look for the wide compliance that you look for, even the unique solutions that you have in banks and with insurance sectors. With UDP, that's a new age technology, looking for the new age workloads. We've got Office 365, we've got hybrid cloud. Now, hybrid is again an approach that mostly people are settling for. People looked at venturing into private cloud. People looked at venturing into pure pay public cloud. Now they understand importance of having one good copy of data put across on site. That's extremely important. And so now we understand this from a company perspective that we've been there. We've been understanding the solution pretty well. Now it looks like the scalability issue. 9000 series starts from 4 TB, goes to half a petabyte. X series that we have appliances, one-stop shop solution. You can look for the security layer put onto the top. You've got data protection solution that's put in there. Then you've got server storage, and you have even OS that is put in. So that's the solution set that we talk about, an appliance which is made to order, and that's something that we can put across in banks, and we've been doing this very successfully. When you look at these X series appliances, they can go up to 3 petabytes if 0.5, if half a petabyte is not good enough. And as I said about AXA continuous availability, the solution now exists in 48 banks. Only in India, right? World over, we've got number of these solution sets spread across. And this is something which you can use for, again, business continuity, where you're looking for zero downtime. And especially from a zero downtime perspective, if you say something which is as absolutely online and application aware, that is something that is required here. AXA N series is Nutanix appliance that we have, where we take the Nutanix solution, put it across in our appliance, it's plugged in, it's an entire HCI infrastructure with its own resilience, working with the AXA tailor-made software, right? Finally, who are we? We are there in the market since 1983, 70,000 odd customers who trust us with their data in 150 countries, 7,500 odd partners. It doesn't stop there. There are got 10,000 MSPs who work with us, adding another 160,000 customers. Now, global R&D, we shut down our China R&D center in the midst of pandemic in 2022. That's all shifted to Hyderabad now. Our global support center is out of Hyderabad. We clearly believe in, so PSU banks, insurance companies who are looking for Make in India, we truly believe in Make in India. So right from the wide range of solutions that we have, again, fast track innovation, that's extremely important from a compliance angle. When you look at support that comes out of India, and adaptive models, because yeah, everybody's, I think I heard those comments on the stage that yeah, we want that solution, but we don't have money for it. So we also offer CapEx and OpEx, the way you can design that entire solution end to end. And what's our complete ransomware strategy? We clearly understand, you understand vampires were killed by silver bullets. There are no silver bullets for ransomware. When ransomware strikes, we understand that the entire solution set revolves around the cybersecurity layers that are put across. That's something you could put in the layers one at a time. the August audience here, I don't need to speak about that. But even when cybersecurity fails, just a point of time, you require an orchestrated recovery, a good solution that you can get one good copy that you can recover from. We believe in 3-2-1-1 rule. People must have spoken about it. There are anomaly detections that people talk about, but a pure play security player cannot be replaced with just plain simple anomaly detection. A 3-2-1-1 rule is 3 copies of data, 2 on site, 2 on different medias, possibly even tapes, right? Tape is back in fashion right now because that remains to be a solution which is air gap. We also put it across on cloud, but that last one is immutable storage. Now we've got software immutability. We have our own appliance, which is part of our stable. We don't depend on storage solutions who give you immutability in terms of worm, but we have our own solution that has been developed over years. And this is a solution that could give you one golden copy when the chips are down. At the end of it all, processes are very, very important. People talked about this, right? You can actually build a whole empire, put in all those security layers, but one innocuous mail can actually compromise the entire IT infrastructure. We disaster recovery exercises, we can even do DR drills with a short recovery, right? So there are quite a few banks who do DR drills, even on a compliance level, just to ensure that the copy that you are depending on, all that you spend, remains intact at the end of it. MFA is embedded in every solution set that we present to you today. And in fact, to the audience that sits here understands the advantages of MFA. In fact, banking sector was the first one to do all the online transaction, picked it up. Finally, the key challenges that we solve is zero data loss. If you look at a backup copy that has happened at 8 o'clock, it starts at 8 o'clock and possibly ends at 11 p.m. last night. At this point of time, you will still have, since 9 a.m. to now, that entire outage if you depend on a backup copy. You can run that for 15 minutes flat, but then it will actually have a performance issue in terms of even your production servers that could be compromised. At the same time, if we look at continuous availability, that is something that can be used even for zero data loss. A short recovery I talked about, that you can ensure that one good copy of data is always managed. Now, as you saw that it's a broad platform that we are talking about, not a single point of solution, it reduces customer complexity. People talk about RBI here, we have a similar regulatory body in Maldives. You can get the best of the solution set experts here in India, figure out in Male who can you find. They are using our solutions. So that is as simple as that. You can even check out the demo that we've set up outside. And finally, we look at cutting down the customer costs because we don't really believe in throwing those extra risks when the data increases. The dedupe for some of the banks and insurance companies is as good as more than 90% for us. So we keep on just reducing the total cost of ownership. At the end of it all, if you look at the 3-2-1-1 rule and particularly ransomware that I'm speaking about, for ransomware prevention, when you talk about this 3-2-1-1, the last copy that you have, if tape is a challenge for 100 TB of data, if you have to recover, it takes 2 weeks. And you take that sort of a downtime. And genuinely, we see the IT guys and CTOs sweating when this happens. We've been solving those issues for a long, long time now. What you look for is that golden copy of data, which is immutable. That means it cannot be tampered with. That golden copy you can retrieve. That's the fastest that you can look for when a ransomware attack happens. And you can also roll back in this case. 3 or 4 days before, 5 days before, 10 days before. That's possible. And something which has no forklift upgrade required is kind of a cluster that's formed across, again, an object store. Needless to say that there is resiliency built into the box itself. So we normally do RS3 for this case, right? Finally, and this is my last slide, whether it is appliances, software that we have from data protection and recovery perspective, whether you look for server or endpoint protection, whether you look for immutable storage, we look for offsite cloud copies that we can take. We have our own data centers, as I said. And so ultimately, what you're looking for is a guaranteed solution. Once you're in the middle of the cyber attack, once you know your data is compromised, what you're looking for is peace of mind. And genuinely, there are sleepless nights. We put across a money-back guarantee on our solutions. So if there's a ransomware attack, and if you've got our solution set put across in your organization, the way we normally tailor make it for organizations, and if you can't retrieve a copy back, we will pay the money back. So when you look for cybersecurity solutions, which could be your first line of defense, but the goalkeeper will ensure the goal is not struck and your team doesn't lose, that last line of defense would always be us. We've set up a booth number 12. I'm sure you must have seen it. It was getting built right in the middle of the day, at the start of where we actually just exit out, right? So you can just come, talk to us, understand more about our solution set. We've got WhatsApp number that's projected here that you can connect with us. We've got mail IDs that are also put in that you can connect with us on, right? Thank you for your time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. And now, to present a memento as a token of our appreciation to Mr. Nikhil Korgaonkar, Director Sales, ArcServe, may I please invite Priya Deshmukh Kirbere, Chief Operating Officer, Manipal Signa Health Insurance. Can we please put our hands together? Thank you. Okay, so now that we have a full house, before I go to my next session, I want to do a little session, between you and me. What we're going to do now is we're going to make it rain here. All right, it's very hot outside. I thought it'll be a good idea, just change the temperature a bit. You and I are actually going to make it rain here. And this is what we are going to do. I want everyone in the first row to just rub their palms together. Come on. Everyone in the first row. Rub your palms. Rub your palms. Quickly, everyone in the second row, I want you to snap your fingers. While the first row rubs their palm. Snap your fingers. Second row, please snap your fingers. Snap your fingers. First row, keep rubbing your palms. Second row and third row, snap your fingers. Louder. Louder. Come on. And the final people sitting behind, I want you to clap. Clap. Slowly clap. Slowly clap. I can't hear this slow. Come on. Palms. Can I hear the snapping? Can I hear the snapping now? Come on, everybody, snap your fingers. It's not that difficult. You're making my plan flop. Don't do that. No way, right? Come on. Snap your fingers. And then at last, come on, everyone, clap. I want you to clap. Or do one thing, just clap your thighs. Come on. Clap your thighs. People in last sitting there. Come on, tap your thighs. I'm literally getting blank looks from everyone who's sitting behind. Didn't you have your lunch, guys? Come on. Okay, fine. Let's not make it rain here. But thank you to everyone who joined in and, good sport, all of you. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to move on to our next panel discussion. The topic for this session is hyper-personalization, the next phase of India's insurance industry's digital evolution. The digital revolution in India has disrupted the business environment in all industries, and the insurance industry is no exception, given that digital technology has the potential to break the traditional barriers of the insurance sector, like product awareness level, limited customer touch points, and access to knowledge, service availability, and payments. The business environment is bound to become more dynamic and competitive. It is projected to become one of the mainstays of insurance companies in India. And now I would like to invite on stage our moderator and panelists for this session. Please help me invite our moderator, Mr. Arun Subramaniam, co-founder and chief business officer, Sharp Cell, with a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir. And now our panelists, once again, Ms. Priya Deshmukh Gilbile, Chief Operating Officer, Manipal Cigna Health Insurance. Mr. Gaurav Chaudhary, Chief Technology Officer, Reliance General Insurance. Mr. Suhail Ghai, Chief Digital and Information Officer, Max Life Insurance. Mr. Sanjay Karnatak, EVP and Chief Technology and Digital Officer, Star Union Guide Life Insurance. Ms. Anjana Rao, Chief Strategy Officer, India First Life Insurance. Mr. Mukesh Sachdeva, Head Information Technology, HDFC Argo General Insurance. And finally, Mr. Nilesh Marathe, Sales Specialist Leader, India and SARC at Avaya. Can we please put our hands together for our esteemed panel? Everybody, come on. Now over to you, sir. Sorry.
Check. Can you all hear me? This is okay. Okay, so welcome all to this discussion on hyper-personalization, and I'm very pleased to and glad that I'm able to moderate this discussion. So we have a lot of experience from across the board. When people are from life insurance, health insurance, general insurance, we have people from technology background, strategy, operations, and what we would hope to achieve, as an outcome of this discussion is for all of us to really understand the viewpoints of all panelists sitting here, and I think what we're going to talk about is hyper-personalization. But when we talk about hyper-personalization, I think we can't not start off with what has happened over the last 2 years. I think COVID happened, the way you conduct business has changed drastically. A lot of customers have moved digital. You kind of have a lot more information about customers than you had earlier, etc., etc. So we broadly try to talk about hyper-personalization, though may not be in this order, but we'll try to talk about what is happening in the industry in terms of taking it super close to the customer in terms of sales and marketing, in terms of underwriting, and in terms of service, because this is typically a customer journey, right? So sometimes customers don't know you market some random person digitally or physically knocks on your door saying I exist. Then they engage with you, you get into a sales conversation. Then as part of the sales conversation, there is an underwriting conversation which happens behind the scenes. And once a customer is on board, what kind of service are they getting? So that's where we're going to, these are some of the areas that we're going to talk about. And maybe I'll start off with Suhail. So Suhail, maybe you can just start off with saying, what do you see as the hyper-personalization happening in sales, and marketing side? Maybe it's a very generic question, but I'll start with you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I think hyper-personalization is something which is in this industry just starting. We're starting to see this. Now, if you look at it, I think right from the prospecting stage, today, if a lot of insurers have bank partnerships with banks and other institutions, and there's a wealth of data there. So how can you, analyze that data better? And obviously, with the consent of the customer, you go create pre-approved curated offers for the customer. Now, there's something which is only valid for that customer. And I think that's the first thing we have started doing in this area. Other is also what we're doing is that a lot of customers who are researching online, I think now each individual has their own property. Somebody will go and look at Facebook. So therefore, how the brands are interacting with the customers is also changing. Today, you will have micro targeting using social media, or you will even have a combo stories. The other big change is that the insurance products are not being sold in isolation. It's a financial solution to problem, and therefore a lot of times these products are being bundled and sold as a story for an individual. The other big thing we are seeing is how do you start your journeys? Traditionally, every insurer or a bank would have its own asset. Today, I think more and more that an organization needs to go where a customer is, and therefore, whether it's a Facebook bot or it's a WhatsApp bot, and even sometimes the entire journey starts from that asset and ends in that asset for the customer. We also, especially in sales, especially in the sales enablement, a huge degree of personalization. One big area we see today is training of the sales force, especially in financial services industry where there's a lot of attrition. A big part is how do you constantly upskill your field force today with a lot of mobile on the go training, contextual training. You're able to personalize the training to the individual to maximize its effectiveness. So if you look at it broad, all the areas of prospecting, onboarding, and capability building, personalization is here to stay.
So I'm going to request all of you to have your mics in your hands. Chime in.
Hello.
So I think taking on from what Suhail said, Anjana, you work with a lot of sales teams and help them personalize, what they're presenting to the customer. So can you just walk us through what you've seen as the direction that hyper-personalization is taking?
Sure. So essentially, I'll build up on what Sohail mentioned. So a step prior, so right from recruitment and even before recruitment, how I design my sales patch, how can I use the analytics which is available, the insights from analytics, the patches, what kind of insights, what kind of concentration of customers exists, and accordingly, what is the best fitment of a profile to scout that business. So it starts from there for me. And then how do I make sure, so essentially it is a learning path, for 6 months. So how are you performing, linking the sales outcome with the learning so that one can learn at a faster pace? How do I shorten the learning curve by dynamic allocation of the content? Again, it's micro learning, but how do you dynamically assign it basis the performance scorecard? And then it builds on. So as you move on, what kind of nudges do I give to a salesperson? What's the best time for him? Whether it's he accesses a tab in the morning, whether he's more effective in planning during the post closure of the day, and accordingly contextualizing those messages. So just example, and yes, definitely once we create the leads, how do we personalize? What kind of recommendations? So how do you personalize with a segment of one, maybe a product, maybe a service? Yes, I just wanted to build on the sales part here.
So I think both Suhail and Anjana come from a life insurance background, but maybe I'll just move to Gaurav. So Gaurav, in general insurance specifically, and I think take agency as one, use case here. So in agency, a lot of agents are composite agents. So they are not really new to business, like in life. So how do you look at getting those new agents onboarded, and how do you look at hyper-personalizing their onboarding journey before we do it to customers?
See, the agent landscape is very vast and it's getting vaster. What we're trying to do is also trying to, USP is something which is just come in, and we're also seeing how reach out to those kind of agents which are there in the market and cross-train them. So of course we have built in digital tools which can help the onboarding journey faster. And of course, gone are the days when we used to have form-based proposal and policy forms which we issued. Now everything is digital, and of course we leverage. We've got something called Smart Zone, where all the agents come in, and it is their ERP, and they can start using that from day one. And of course, a lot of things starts from the point of view of sales journey. That your incentivization which will happen at the agents. How do we build the logic and rules so that the incentivization is also personalized to the agent, and when he logs in and he sees that, this is the numbers he's supposed to do and he's done. And so it's all automated in terms of things that in the entire journey, if there are any sale incentive plans which have been built in, the entire plans are built into the journey. So they know what the targets are being achieved, what they're trying to do. And of course, when the agents try and come on board, what we also do is that, the systems are configured in such a way that, it is personalized to their needs. Okay. And we keep on ensuring that, we keep on modifying and enhancing and using the best tools there in the market in order to, have them show them the capabilities of the system, as well as, of course, also what we do is we're trying to analyze how the agent behavior and the ability to sell. That's very important that, we pull out the data and try and sell that, what type of agents in what regions and whatever their demographic profiles are, or what their abilities are, and where they're lacking, where they're not trying to reach, and of course, build around training programs around that. That's very important. So we try to, holistically try to, target these agents, and also we've got models where we're trying to figure out that the agent is, based on his performance, is soon going to be ineffective or it will stop sourcing business. And basis that we reach out and try and see that he can be re-energized.
So I think while we spoke about agents, I think I'll move to Sanjay, where I think a lot of Sanjay's sale comes from banca channel, where there are not really too many agents. And I think that's true with Anjana as well, where a lot of business comes from banks. So how do you look at getting bank data to help your sales guys in personalize this?
So, getting bank data is not very easy, as you would assume that we would love to have it, all of it, but of course, data sharing is not. But yes, as I see, there are a lot of initiatives going on at the industry level at this point, where, of course, based on the customer consent, can the data be shared across? And I'm hoping regulator is also actually going to help in that cause, which it is. And if, say, for example, account aggregator data, right? These days is a wealth of data available. Now, of course, it needs customer consent and all those things. But yes, if once you do that, you have that kind of data available, where you can really personalize the offering to the customer. After all, this hyper personalization is all about the data, the volume of data, the diversity of data, and how well we are able to analyze that data, and then give a very specific solution to the customer. As Soil was saying, it's not just a product, right? It's a solution you offer in multi-varied areas, not just maybe related to insurance. But for that, you need to understand that customer better, in depth, and then analyze and predict what would be fitting best for the customer from a product point of view, how you sell him, where you sell him, and what, in the life insurance context, what time of life cycle you're selling it. So all these interventions can be possible if we have all this data. So one is the bank data, other is we were, as you were discussing, health data. The ABHA accounts are created. I think now it's close to 15-20 crores already registered there. So that's also a wealth of data. If there is a consent, then from underwriting and other perspectives, that's a huge data set which can be used by life insurers, health insurers, instead of relying on surrogate data these days, right? So that's what I think everybody is working towards, and hoping that some of the regulations will also be eased out, and data will be available. And I'm sure the tools are available with everybody to analyze them much better than before.
So Priya, how do you guys use surrogate data as part of your underwriting process?
Sure. First and foremost, warm welcome. It's such a great pleasure to see you all in person and interact with the co-panelists in person versus virtual. Before I dive into how do we use surrogate data, I just want to take a moment and reflect on the fact that COVID, last 18 to 24 months have bent ourselves in all areas in all facets possible upside down. I mean, all that we were doing, that we were thinking as, the normal way of operating and the fast pace at which we were running our businesses, it in a jiffy changed everything the way we were operating. Now, talking about hyper-personalization, similar to how COVID bent us in all possible ways backwards. It's important to understand in a country like India, with so much of diversity and so much of paradigm, contrast, getting data, structuring that data, ordering it for us to really, kind of analyze it to make insightful analytics and insights to drive personalization and further hyper-personalization is not easy. Talking about underwriting and especially servicing, us as an organization, we've reinvented the whole thought process, and there is a paradigm shift because mostly any company, leave alone insurance as a sector, we would think about products, we would think about, how can we make products work and how products can be more successful. But when we talk about hyper-personalization, it is just the reverse. How can you really bring in customers at the center and kind of develop all the solutioning around products, around how you operate from a service standpoint to really work for that customer? Because with hyper-personalization, you're not going to be able to use same cookie cutter product and the services and the solution to work for every single customer with the nuances that is required. Talking about underwriting, as we all understand, health, insurance, in the absence of EDI, electronic data interface in India, unlike many of the developed countries where you put the SSN, you put, identification, Aadhaar, now one of my co-panelists spoke about, that's not existing. So how do you really get category information and identify how good or bad is the risk that you're going to underwrite? For us as an insurer and for the consumer as to what he or she is buying. Now, in that case, we've come up with segmented analytics and some bit of AI machine learning models where we could create personas of these customers basis past patterns and trends and some bit of geographical and some anecdotal elements of how the data works across the industry to identify the risk cohorts and accordingly offer solutions. To slap it on top of the risk cohorts, we've also created solutions to suit the customers in terms of what is the sum insured that is required, what's the kind of lifestyle that the consumer is leading. With that, not just offering a solution or a insurance that is sold as a package, but also creating those solutions for each consumer profiles and the persona. So that's what we have done. And risk management, especially from an underwriting perspective, has been kind of put into play for it to really work for each consumer.
Thanks, Priya. I think Mukesh, you were also, I think, backstage you were talking about how the personalization also happens. Let's say I think you were talking about a specific example of motor. So, maybe if you can share it with the rest of us and elaborate on that.
Yeah. So as my colleagues mentioned that today we do not have the unique identifier for a customer or an insured, so it becomes difficult to actually devise the solution for that. But what is happening in the industry is going towards identifying the unique customer or the insured. As example given by Sanjay is Aadhaar. But parallelly, what is happening is, in fact, regulator is also promoting number of products which can help addressing the customer issue. For example, pay as you drive. So today, when you buy a motor insurance, okay, it's a generic pricing for everyone. But today, what we are doing is we have come up with pay as you drive a product by which the people who are just driving over the weekend or probably who's driving from office to home, that's the only drive pattern they have. So for them, the risk is going to be much, much lower and the premiums are going to be much, much lower. So that's what is happening in the sandbox. So sandbox is basically an experimental platform that has been created by the regulator and that is being tried out. And that's where the underwriting, personalized underwriting is coming into picture to a specific cohort level.
And Nilesh, how does all this tie into a customer experience? Because on one side, you guys do a lot of work in terms of managing customer experience. So how does all this tie in and how do you give a personalized experience to each customer from an end user point of view?
Sure. So, the whole hyper-personalized thing is the intent of every organization is to deliver that wow factor to the customer. That's why these efforts are being put in focus because of that. So the customer experience lies at the core, right? And what we believe is the customer experience, or even the delivering the personalization, personalized experience for the customer goes through the organization, especially the employees. Right? So that is one. How you handle the customers at different touch points. This is one. Second is how your employees are empowered, and a few people spoke about empowering the sales team, right? Educating sales team. So training your sales team goes a long way in delivering that particular customer experience to your end customers. Right? This is one part. But let me come back to delivering the hyper personalization, delivering that experience to the customer, and probably a couple of use cases might be helpful in driving the point of this. Context, as for me, plays a very important role in delivering the personalized experience to the customer. Right? Let me give an example. Now, let's say I'm renewing my insurance, right? I'm paying my policy, and something is wrong in the, let's say, in the payment gateway backend. I try most of the time using my mobile app, because it's some issue with the payment gateway. It doesn't go through. I try a couple of times, it doesn't work. I go to the website. I try, because it's a core issue is somewhere else. So obviously the website payment is going to fail. What do I do? Because probably end user wakes up probably on the last day, so I'm desperate right now. I pick up the phone and call. Now when I call, and if the organization treats me as just another customer call and then routes me to billing and payment or renewal, premium policy renewal agent, that's a standard experience. But if you now look at the context, this is not a payment or policy renewal call or premium renewal call. This is an escalation call. I tried multiple times on the mobile applications. I tried on website. Now I'm calling you. I'm escalating you. I'm speaking with somebody. I tried self-service, didn't work. I'm reaching out to you. So if you handle that call as an escalation call, that's a very different. It's a small nuance, right? But it's a different experience for the customer. You are delicately handling that particular call. So this is just one example. Now you can take this whole thing, probably not very much applicable to the insurance, but let's say I'm logging onto the website, maybe more applicable in the financial services, banking industry. My login fails once, twice, and if I get an SMS notification, this is your password reset link in case you forget your password, right? Because my login failed twice. Very small thing, but these are the small experiences that go a very long way in delivering that personalized experience. Small things that we want to do for the customers, right? But this is, for me, is delivering that hyper personalization, right? Looking at emotions of the customer, looking at the context, why they are calling, why they are reaching out to me, what they are doing with my website, what they are doing with my mobile applications, understanding and then reacting to those small things is what we really deliver that very, very personalized experience, or hyper personalized experience, I would say.
Okay. So I just want to add to what you mentioned. It's all about, I have insights. What do I do with the insights? Unless I'm not able to apply it to that point where my customer is interacting with me. So at that moment of interaction, identifying what's the context, what are the insights, and then making that experience a wow by minimizing the kind of effort which he puts into carry out the DIY activity. So that would be the end outcome actually of hyper-personalized experience.
Just to add to what both of them mentioned, just as a use case, I just got reminded. From a service perspective, as a company, we have developed a bit of a rule engine-based, profile-based, customized, personalized solution where a consumer goes onto the website, buying a particular product because he or she has seen a particular aspect of the product, but offering a customized solution, as I was talking about, basis the risk cohort, basis the kind of requirement the consumer has, lifespan, and making a product recommendation. And, I remember he mentioned that pay-per-use and usage-based. So whatever sachet requirement the consumer is having, that recommendation engine, pushes that option for the consumer to go for, rather than just pushing a bucket of offering which he or she may not need at that point in time. And also talking about service, there's a lot happening on the hyper personalization on the service side of it, not only from an escalation and grievance redressal and CX perspective, but even from a call center perspective. If a consumer is reaching out to you with a particular requirement, how can you make that experience holistic, as you were mentioning, and trying and solve not only that issue, but also address possibly stated and unstated requirement of that particular call. So those are examples I thought worth mentioning.
Suhail, sir, you were saying.
So very much in the same breath, I was giving a couple of examples, of personalization. What you said, I think even a lot of us today, when a customer is calling into, especially your call centers, contact centers, it's actually predicting why the person is calling you. For example, if the person just had a failed transaction, how does your smart IVR, the IVR tree changes? If you had, a failed premium, you were trying to pay a premium and it failed. So typically for you, the one will go. And the other part is that you're the contact center person sitting there exactly knows from where you are coming. I think that's a one big example and it's being used. The other one is also that in this whole world of bots and AIs and self-service, it is very important to know when a customer is not being serviced. Because you're finally talking to a robot. So typically, whether you are on a website talking to a AI bot or chat bot, or you are even talking to a bot on the voice bot on a helpline. If you see, we try to use speech analytics to know when the customer is getting irritated, the same question the second time, so that an agent can, proactively enter and also have the history of the conversation. So a lot of, especially in the services, therefore, it is, it's being targeted service rather than, somebody coming very generalistic one and asking, what is your problem?
So I think with service, I think what we've seen is that it is still slightly more controllable in a central environment. But a lot of times when you talk about personalizing solutions for customers from, let's say, a selling perspective, one of the issues that we've seen companies face is that whatever you think of, let's say, sitting in a corporate office, is not the message that keeps going out to the client. There is dilution at every level. We think that we have kind of put together something really good, but by the time the customer hears it from, let's say, a salesperson's mouth, it kind of dilutes. So how do you ensure that what you think as personalization ends up being the same personalization that a customer receives? Because if that loop is not closed, then the customer hears something else. So do we have any thoughts on this?
So, hi. Quick point here to, both in servicing as well as, and more so in servicing and also in sales, as you're rightly saying, you at least till now, you can't leave that human element out. Yeah. So that what that means is that, okay, if the sales is completely digital, you can do it with technology to large extent. But as we all know, life insurance or even health and other insurance products have to be, there has to be a human interface. Even in general commercial lines, right? You have to have you can't just sell digitally there. I'm sure for a long time, even now. So there, I think the technology can play an enabler role. That, as we're talking about the customer service agent, unless one is that he has all the information available from a customer's perspective, that what's his emotion looking like, and these are tools available these days, which you can alarm him when the call comes in. That is an escalation call. His sentiment from this voice, the speech analytics can be deciphered, and you can alarm him that he is not in a good mood today, and you have to handle him, with soft gloves. So, that human element for them to enable and to be able to deliver that experience, personalized experience to the customer. There are plethora of tools available, data analytics available, which can actually strengthen their behavior, strengthen their delivery, and when they actually communicate with the customer. And same is true for sales. Say, for example, today, if without any tools to back him up, the customer can go, the agent can go and and talk to the customer and maybe offer 1, 2, 3 products, right? Imagine a situation where he has a product recommendation tool, engine, based on solid analytics, where he, based on the XYZ profile of the customer, it pops up to him that, look, this is the product you should sell him. This is the kind of premium you should target for him because of his earning levels, blah, blah, blah. And probably this, we can waive off your underwriting. So just go ahead and ask him, and commit to him that's an STP product, right, straight through, and you will get it in, half an hour, and whatever it is. So I think that's the situation where we are, where with a mix of the tools and data analytics and the right training of the sales and the service force, I think we can achieve that.
Yeah. So, you want to add? Go ahead.
Just quickly want to add, you mentioned very important aspect from how do you maintain that, the consistency of messages in sales, right? Because the headquarter decides something, by the time it goes out, reaches out to the customer, how do you ensure that the message is not filtered out, right? So there are, I think most of the organizations have solved that particular problem, but maintaining the personalization, right? So most of the time today, what's happening is the selling, especially in insurance, is happening telecalling, right? So you call the customers. Right? Simple thing is like a very personalized thing from a customer perspective is use analytics to identify what is the best time for this customer to call, because you're calling that customer to sell multiple products. So you're calling that customer again and again. So you have the enough data. Just find out what is the best time to call this particular customer. Just apply analytics, you will get the answer. That simple thing. Even I've seen some organizations go to the extent that what is the best time to call, but also what is the best phone number to call. In India, it is mostly mobile number, but elsewhere we have seen it's a home number or office number or mobile number, etc. So multiple things make it very, not only improve your chances of reaching out to the customer, but also you analytically, calling in the right time window for that particular customer. This is one. Second thing is maintaining the consistency is about, there is, most of the time it is a templatized, right? So that at least 90% of the time agents are sticking to the template and so on. But yet, I think Sohail spoke about speech analytics, right? And it's one of my favorite tools. And I've seen so many organizations, especially in the sales, using it very extensively. The way it is used is in every sales team, you have the top performers and bottom performers. So you use analytics to identify, even though you have a template, there are certain things that top performers need to put their own stuff. That kind of makes it click with the customer, and they tend to get better closing ratio than the other ones, bottom ones, right? So you analyze, speech analytics helps you analyze that, what's happening, what is making these people more successful, and they use that data in training, and then lift the performance of the bottom performance, right? So 2-3 things I just thought I'll call it out from sales perspective. Sure.
So I just wanted to add your question around, gone are the days when solutions or products were created and then mass marketed to the consumers. It's now about solving, outside in rather than inside out, and companies have learned it the hard way. And all of us have morphed our working style to adapt to what is happening in the larger ecosystem. Talking about how do you make sure, or rather how do you first assess the pulse and course correct. I mean, that's what I understood about what you're trying to say, Arun, and a couple of them mentioned. So when you're creating solutions and creating product offerings, and you go to market and make those connections through face-to-face selling or through your various online machinery, you have to continuously keep your ear to the ground, both humanizing, as Sanjay was mentioning, and technologically using the tools that are fit to drive the outcomes that we're expecting. So like speech analytics that was mentioned, then you have sentiment analysis that is done across the listening post, in social media, your handles, what are the consumers or prospects talking about? How do you get a pulse of whatever is being communicated versus what is being understood of what you're trying to message as a product or a service? Those are tools, techniques, and of course analytics to analyze and keep evolving your messaging down the line. So a lot of tools around social media assessment, social media reputation management, and driving the outcomes is something that we really use ourselves, and it really works wonderfully for us to course correct if at all messaging is not really in the semblance of what we want to really drive.
Fair enough. So maybe before going to yeah. So I think so maybe I'll just set the context of why I asked this specific question, because when we look at how many kinds of products are sold, we see that about 70% of people don't sell more than 3 products. I mean, you can offer like 20,000 products, but because it doesn't matter, मैं वही बेचूं. So that's the context of me asking. But yes,
It's good to say on a lighter note, one of the products, I think maybe you were the one who's selling it, which I saw outside, which augments the selling process, which is basically you use the tool, and where the salesperson can select the profile of the customer and the product he's selling, and use that to custom build a PPT or a PDF or which can be easily shot across. That's what I'm trying to add to that. That's a good tool. I think it's a very intuitive tool. I think there is a need for the market for such tools. Of course, the AI and what the esteemed panelists have talked about is of course going to augment that tool in order to better sell to the customer. But that's something which I think the corporate folks especially, or in terms of specialized products like health insurance, where you need to reach across and explain the complex product to a thing and the various amount of add-ons and covers which you have. It will augment the process, and I've seen some of the video-based tools which are there in the market, which will aid the selling journey and customize the video tool to such an extent that the person who is receiving the video is seeing a process which is seeing a video which is as per the needs which he had defined to the salesperson at the time. That's all.
Yes, add one aspect out here. So though my colleagues are mentioning about the commercial products where the assisted sales is required, but in case of retail product also, in India at least, the maturity level of understanding health product is still not there. So even if a customer is coming online, okay, you would require assisted sales, where salespeople or the telecallers need to be trained. So the way we have done it is when the person is coming, he's doing the R&D on the website. As soon as he leaves, okay, that call gets assigned to a particular telecaller. And of course, as Nilesh mentioned, it bases the sum insured and some of the other parameters. There are different categories of telecallers defined. Okay, and they call up the customer, they explain them the product, and they understand whether that was something that they were looking for or it was something else, and they offer it. So my belief is, even though we have the analytics, but in India to reach to that level, it'll still it'll take time. That's what my feel is.
I just wanted to add to it the use case which you mentioned, the 2 use cases, and what Mukesh mentioned. So essentially, an edge of personalization is understanding, deriving insights of your calling team. What are the key highlights of your calling team, and dynamic allocation of okay, fine, this is the profile. This kind of profile gets converted by this individual. This is the time when he's most productive, and coupling those insights also with the insights of the customer. So it's like inside and outside both, you couple together for a higher impact is what I wanted to.
Makes a lot of sense. So, so when you're talking about coupling the insights, I think I'll take a step forward, and I think what I'm rephrasing what you said, and can I say that you're looking at having conversations from your side based on the customer story. So the customer story could be I don't know, go deeper, it could be persona based, it could be the life stage based, it could be the specific issue that they say. So we are talking about you're saying how do I really match the customer?
It's marrying the customer profile with the best suited salesperson at your end, so that the impact or the end result is a conversion, or optimal.
So how do we look at in terms of personalization today? I think a lot of things have moved to telling stories. I think now customers don't really look at which product you're buying, because I think especially with insurance, every company has like 20 odd products. You look at all variants, etc. So now customer doesn't. I mean, for example, I think there's a common thing which is, do you know which bank you bank with? Maybe yes. Do you know what is the name of your savings account? I don't. Do you have insurance? Yes. Do you know what product? No. So in that case, what really sells today is the stories, in terms of how you're personalizing stories. So what has happened, I think especially in the last 2 years, what has happened from what you've seen in terms of helping tell a story to the customer which is personalized, rather than saying, yeah, ye product available. So I know a lot of us have worked on these, projecting stories to the customer based on their reality part.
So I think if you look at it, there are a combination of things. One, as we said, knowing the customer better, knowing his current financial, his financial situation, which a lot of us do in terms of which products to sell, and then comes up the things like what's the age of the customer, what are his financial goals. So typically, like for example, you will mix two products. It will be a saving product up to a certain age, and then it converts into an annuity product. And therefore, in the second half of your the probably life, it's very beneficial to you. Now, what we're also seeing this is that one thing are the products, and especially in insurance, the products also gets complex, especially in life. So we are also doing personalization. And how do you explain a product? Like these days, you have customized videos which are like frames shot over multiple frames. So even when you take a product, ability to explain the product to a customer or even explain a story, how will it go? Gone are the days where you have a very confusing BI sheet which you say give and get of 25 years an Excel table. And I think even when you're speaking on stories, converting those stories, not just financial mathematics, but also the way you are delivering to the customer. I think that's another big personalization. We have seen various cohorts, and there are people who would like videos, people who are more driven by numbers, and there are people who are more driven by emotions. To give you an example, some of the insurers today are actually, when you are actually trying to send a renewal message, is sending you aged picture of you 20 years after, because ultimately you want to create that empathy that you are saving for this guy who's not your current self, but somebody who's 20 years later. So a lot of personalization, the way you are delivering, connecting customers. We also see personalization coming even in products. Now, a lot of products today, I know in India, still limited. For example, a lot of companies have fit apps, right? And therefore, based on the steps you take, the lifestyle you have, and I think that is all data which you are capturing. Hopefully, one, you are able to subsidize their premiums for this product. The same point of view, get it enough to launch the next one.
True. One of the things that has changed in the last 2 years, I mean, earlier when you used to sell the health product, people never used to understand, okay, people will say, okay, I'm very much fit, so I don't need it. But after COVID, things have changed a lot. And generally in the general insurance, I mean, we don't sell products actually. What we sell is the claim. So now it has become very easy to explain that in case of an eventuality, what all things are going to be covered. So that way it becomes easy. So even if a company has 20 products, the person who is selling it will tell, okay, basis your requirement, you want to cover ambulance, you want to cover this type of room category, this is the best fit product for you. So that's how things are changing, and people are becoming more and more aware. People are taking more and more insurance. That's as compared to 2 years back, when people were really rejecting it.
Even with premiums going up.
Oh yeah, of course, premiums going up.
So I just want to add to what Mukesh mentioned. One is, insurance, as you rightly said, the awareness around having insurance, need of insurance, it being a priority. To second, how does it operate? Both of this has been a challenge. And yes, COVID has pushed the envelope to some extent, and we saw some bit of tailwinds and a sudden kind of gust of volumes coming in. But yeah, I mean it's again back to where it was. So talking about storytelling, if I would just take an example as our company, one is about storytelling around product and selling those products. Second is about taking a larger than life, center stage. During COVID, we did marketing campaigns around Baat Kijiye, mental health, right? I mean, there was so much of challenge. We all were socially distant. There was so much of connection loss, and leave alone anything else, but the sheer living in those four walls of your house, having no connection. So we did a lot of storytelling through the campaign of Baat Kijiye, and how mental health and your wellness within your house is very, very important. And of course, we are a health insurance company. Our driver of any engagement is to really keep our consumers and the whole country fit. That's one medium with which we did the storytelling, taking the center stage and our higher moral ground of making sure that people remain engaged. And we had stories of families, how they are connecting, maybe birthday celebrations over virtual call. How are you really connecting with your larger family and your team? So that was one element I also want to add. The second one was we launched a program around teleconsults. So telemedicine, where at that time when COVID hit, the telemedicine guidelines were not very clear. They were not as relaxed. We went and made a representation to the regulator that given that COVID has hit, people cannot, for even dire emergency, their hospitalization is not required. They can't access care, can't meet the doctor. So we launched a tele-helpline, tele-consult helpline for certain, ailments like fever, stomach ache, small issues where they could access the care through the telephone, and also have, in case of emergency, a doctor visiting their house rather than they having to step out. So those elements also through storytelling, through videos, a lot of content, because nowadays marketing material and whatever you want to really push as content has moved from print, digital media to personalized storytelling and mechanism to really have influencers talk about how it is impacting their lives. So those are two examples I thought would be kind of worth sharing.
Yes. Okay, so I think that is the messenger telling us that time is almost up. Okay. So yeah. So maybe I'll just have each of us talk about, just conclude what a 30-second conclusion on where you see hyper personalization going, and then maybe we'll open it up for questions. We'll start with you.
So I would say from this point onwards, definitely we are going in a direction where we have started understanding the customer better. And we also understand that Grahak Bhagwan hai, customer is God. So we have to understand customer better to provide the better services, better products. Because if customer is happy, the business becomes incidental. So that's how we should be thinking, and I believe the industry is moving in that direction only. That's what my thought is.
Thanks. I feel this is the start, and we have now technology available where we are able to discover what are the micro segments possible, right? So this is a good start, and this is only going to revolutionize how we look at products and how we do the selling. It's going to change, and it's going to have a larger impact on how we do the business.
Thanks.
So hyper personalization has heralded, but as a country, there's a huge amount of effort that we need to make in terms of how we collect data, how we create insightful, know-how around it to drive hyper personalization, and nothing takes away the humanizing factor of technology and making sure that we treat our customers and the larger ecosystem with empathy. That is not going to go anywhere, however hyper personalized product and offerings we may offer. That's what I would say.
Thanks, Priya.
So I'll not talk about techies, I'll talk about the tech part. I think data is very key to whatever we are talking about. And while in insurance we have certain restrictions in terms of the data we are gathering, I don't think, especially in general insurance, not having KYC and the agents, of course, also putting in their own numbers, trying to identify the customer and, of course, profile the customer is something which all of us want, and we want to do that. And once the regulators decide, of course, it will improve. But having said that, I think we have adequate amount of data which is available in various shapes and forms. And the more we start mining that and averaging that, the better the product will be, and better the outcomes will be. And that will, the outcomes, of course, impact is 360 degrees. Of course, impacts the customers, it impacts underwriting, the process of sales, and then, of course, service. So I think data is the key behind this, and the faster we are able to leverage that, and
Thanks.
I think while everybody spoke about data, I think what's very important is that we have now a fledgling and a growing ecosystem. I think that's a big enabler of hyper-personalization. Because how do you get data? You can't get data yourself. Most of insurance companies think that LOB business. So I think getting into financial bureaus, industry coming together, creating those databases. I think those are very, very important, and exchange of data with other sectors like mutual funds or banks, and I think there are regulations which is around them. I think that becomes a very key area to get data in order to personalize.
So I think right now we are at a very early stage. We have been doing in bits and pieces this personalization efforts. As my friends were saying that from here on the success will depend on whether at the industry level and not only industry level, BFSI as well as health side, other regulators in their purview also. If we get a good coordination and we can really create a good data repository, that is one of two types. One is that personal data with the consent-based access, and other is anonymized data also, based on which the analytics can happen. That large chunk of data is also important. So these two are available, then we can leap into the next stage of hyper-personalization.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I would say as long as these organizations don't reach out to me with one, especially on weekends and holidays with a personalized offer and don't make my family hyper, we're good, right? So, but on a jokes apart, I would say we're just getting started, right, with the hyper personalization story. And there is lots of data, as many of us rightly said, lots of data is good. We have available now, and technology is going to play a very important role going forward, right? So, like I said, we're just getting started.
Thanks, Dinesh. I think one of the other things that we wanted to talk about, but because of positive time that you're not doing, is in terms of how do we kind of fit specific products as part of a personalized overall offering. Because a portfolio solution to somebody, let's say somebody at 25 needs health insurance, needs life insurance, also needs some investment, mutual funds, etc., etc. So I think that's one thing that we wanted to talk about, but we really don't have the time. So please feel free to catch your panelists offline wherever you have. So maybe we'll just open it up for 2 questions for the panelists, all of us sitting here. So maybe we'll just take 2 questions and yeah.
How do you handle the tax, the cost of customer? How do you handle it?
Can I repeat the question?
Yeah.
So how do you handle CAC, which is cost of customer acquisition? So that's the question. So,
hello. Yeah, I was just asking, how do you handle the CAC in this hyper, customization world that you're trying to say personalization is there, but how do you handle that kind of customer acquisition cost for as a company?
So I think the whole play is, is your conversion funnel. You will have a cost of acquisition. Now, how better you're able to convert it. So typically, right from your SEO strategy to and if you look at your funnel, from, session to lead to quote and quote to payment and final purchase. If more you optimize this funnel, you will get juice more out of that. Your conversion the higher. That's the only way to get your cost of acquisition in line.
Yeah, just to add to it, I mean, how do you ensure that the leakage, just because you have this enabler, you will be able to stop the leakage from your funnel, because you'll be able to target very meaningfully, and you'll be able to relate to the prospect. So it's an enabler to help you have a larger funnel.
I think it will turn out to be better if you are able to have a pinpoint offering other than a target bombing. So as the funnel will be much sharper, so I think at the end of this, of this effort, if you compare the two, you should end up with a better CAC.
They say at every stage your lead is qualified. So that probably makes it easy.
What is rural area insurance impact?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
What is rural area insurance target?
Rural India target. Yeah.
So I think one is that we are probably all of us are selling some government-based schemes for the rural India, which is which anyway we are at a compulsory, not compulsory, but as a part of our bid to support the people in rural areas are selling those products. So that anyway is a very good reach there. For example, life insurance PMJJBY has a very good reach, and all the insurers who are primarily backed by the PSU banks are actually selling it. They are probably loss making, but that's okay. But I think when we are able to actually do this kind of a hyper-personalization efforts, and we know our rural customers also better, then they can be specific products which are customized for them. I think that's where we will head, and those could be profitable too. I mean, not like maybe today's product, but in future. I think that's where we should eventually head to if we are really able to crack this code.
Let me add to this thing in terms of general insurance. Are you aware of Common Service Center, CSC? So CSC is a SPV which has been devised by government, okay, where for every 5 villages there is one common service center, through which government provides all the services to the farmers or the rural people. Okay, the general insurance companies are integrated with their portal. They are selling the policies out there itself. So there are products which are defined specifically for the rural areas, which are being sold by their representative only out there.
Even life insurance companies are integrated with the CSC portal where they are selling. At least I know of 5 or 6 life insurance companies are integrated with the portal and they are selling. And with penetration of internet and mobile, the way it has penetrated in India, the outreach is no more a challenge. Mobility, so
it's around close to 500,000 villages are already covered as part of CSC program. So there are 125,000 CSC centers across the India where these policies are getting sold.
Because of time constraints. All right, so with that, we come to the end of this panel discussion. Can we please put our hands together for our esteemed panel? Now, I would request Mr. Prasanna Lohar, Vice President Technology, Digital Innovation and Architecture, DCB Bank, to please present a memento to all of our esteemed speakers here on stage. Welcome, sir. Can we please put our hands together, everybody? First, to Mr. Arun Subramaniam, Co-founder and Chief Business Officer, SharpCell. So if you could just come in the center of the stage. We extend our gratitude to Ms. Priya Deshmukh Gilbile, Chief Operating Officer, Manipal Singha Health Insurance. We would like to thank Gaurav Chaudhary, Chief Technology Officer, Reliance General Insurance. We extend our gratitude to Suhail Bhai, Chief Digital and Information Officer, Max Life Insurance. A big thank you to Mr. Sanjay Karnatak, CVP and Chief Technology and Digital Officer, Star Union Life Insurance. We extend our gratitude to Ms. Anjana Rao, Chief Strategy Officer, India First Life Insurance. Thank you to Mr. Mukesh Sachdev, Head Information Technology, HDFC Ergo General Insurance. And also thank you to Mr. Nilesh Marathe, Sales Specialist Leader, India and SARC at Avaya. Can we now please have a group photo with all of our panelists? Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panel, thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights with all of us. Thank you so much. I would request Mr. Arun Subramaniam, Co-founder and Chief Business Officer, SharpCell, to please remain behind for the technology presentation, The Modern Selling, a Seller's Perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you able to hear me? Okay. So I think by the time the presentation is up, maybe I'll just start off with a quick introduction of what we do and where we are. I'm Arun. I'm co-founder of SharpSell. So we are a sales enablement company where the focus is primarily on enabling sales teams to have better conversation with their customers. I think right now we were talking about a lot about hyper personalization, and I think we kind of help get some shortcuts to the hyper personalization part. So I think a brief history, I think we started in 2010 as a learning tech company where the focus was primarily on helping CXOs, CEOs learn better. So then they really liked what we did. So we did something using business simulations. So they really liked what we did. Then we started working with middle managers. They liked what we did. Then when we started working with frontline teams, we realized that a lot of what worked with CXOs, CEOs, and senior managers did not really work with people on the front line. And when we tried to understand why, we said we have to kind of get much closer to them. So we kind of created a few mobile learning modules. So we rolled out a few mobile learning modules, gave it out to people, and what we saw was people did these modules for about 2-3 days, and after that they would stop doing it. And when we tried to understand why, people came back saying, "Yaar, time hi nahi hai mere paas, ghumta rehta hu pura din." So we said, no problem, let's kind of shadow you guys to understand how we can really help you. And when we shadowed a lot of people, we found two things. One, there was a lot of time that people had. People would kind of spend time yapping with friends, have extended tea breaks, but wouldn't spend this 5 minutes to learn. And when we tried to check with them at the end of the day, saying, "Bhaiya, time to hai, kya hua?" People shot back with two answers. First is they said, "Yaar, ye sab gyan hai, so don't give me all this gyan. Help me sell, then we'll talk. Otherwise, anything which does not carry danda is not something that is of interest to me." The second thing that they came back was that they said, "I want to look like an expert, to the customer, because a lot of times customers keep saying no." So their question was, "Help me look like my boss's boss, because when my boss's boss comes in, everybody kind of gives him or her attention. Everybody looks at what they are doing. So help me be there, then we'll talk. Otherwise, this is all like corporate propaganda, which I don't really want to be part of." And that's where we kind of spent a lot more time on the field. One of my other partners, he actually took up an LIC agency, worked with LIC agents to understand how people sell insurance. I myself have gone on field visits to more than 20 plus small towns in India, worked with financial advisors to see how people actually sell financial service products, and we kind of created SharpSell for salespeople specifically to use that. So what has been our learning from SharpSell, or what has been our understanding? I think so. Before that, I think we'll talk about why you should hear what we're seeing. So I think we've got a lot of global recognitions, Brandon Hall Award, Stevie Award for sales enablement technology, where a lot of global players have recognized us as one of the top tech providers for sales enablement. And we work with a lot of companies in BFSI. So a small indication of the kind of companies we work with. So we work across with banks, insurance companies, NBFCs, insurance brokers alike. So what do we really do? So what we really do is to say, how do you kind of, you have a buyer, you have a seller. A CRM would probably tell that, hey, when somebody is out there wanting to buy, it will say, please go and talk to this person X. So what do you do when you go to that person X is where we come in. So question is, when a salesperson goes and talks to a customer, they want to look like an expert. So how do you kind of help them look like the expert when they're in front of the customer? And how do you help them look like an expert when they are not in front of the customer is where we really focus on. So when we looked at what issues, like I said, when we spend time on the field, we looked at what do salespeople really need, and when we looked at it, different functions had different thoughts on what salespeople need. L&D function will say, hey, I think my sales guy needs this. Marketing will say, you know what, this is what I'm giving my sales team. Sales will say, I'm going to do certain other things. But what we really saw was, one, for people who come into the role, sales is never a dream job for most people. So most people in sales end up there because that was probably the first opportunity that they came across, or that was the only opportunity that they came across. So this is most of your early stage sales teams. The second is that your engagement with sales teams is fairly low. You typically are distributed people across the horizon. So there's a lot of question in terms of saying, what are they really doing? Are they even engaged? Are they able to really do something, which might matter to us, etc., etc. And the third point is, because of the first two, because you never really wanted this job, because I don't know if you're really engaged, what is happening to the productivity of a salesperson? And typically in BFSI, you talk about, attrition levels are super duper high. So I think especially in the NBFC or, some of your off-roll banking is the first time we have heard people talk about monthly attrition numbers. The only time we've heard that before was in BPOs, where people talk about monthly attrition numbers. So the question was, how do you really look at productivity? How do you really look at, reducing the infant attrition, etc. is where we looked at. And to solve these problems, we said we'll have to look at what are the real challenges that they face. So a lot of times people say communication skills nahi hai, you're not able to explain the product, etc. But we broadly categorize them into 5 different points. So first is people don't have industry and product knowledge. And when I say product knowledge, it is not just about your specific product, but a lot of times people are new to the industry in itself. People don't have no idea of insurance. People have no idea of, let's say, what documentation in an asset product is, etc., etc. So when you go and talk to the customer is able to see you. Or worst case, customer kind of buys into your pitch, but then realizes that what you have pitched actually is not what is being sold, because you have told something which really doesn't exist. The next is, even if you know the product, are you able to really communicate what the product means to the customer? I mean, you might really know something, but is there, has the customer understood it the same way that your product really is, or the way you have it in your mind? So a lot of people are not able to make this pitch. They're not able to manage customer expectations. For example, a simple thing like, just texting a customer when you're late, or telling the customer that when you say that you're going to kind of get back in 2 days, you actually get back in 2 days. So how do you really kind of help people understand all these softer things? Because if they're not able to close the loop, a customer is going to lose confidence and move on. And they don't really have, the objection handling part is not something that people see as a learned skill. They look at it as a acquired skill where the attitude is to say, boss, let me go out there, let me face objections, and then I learn from my own experiences. I don't really give a damn about what other people have gone through. So this is a, this is a common bottom line that we'll see. And the most important part is that there are very limited resources to educate customers. And I'm not talking about educating your own salesperson, because there's a lot of stuff that keeps going on. You have training programs, you have digital learning, online learning. But the most important part from our point of view is how are you really going to educate the customer, and that solves 2 problems for you. One, the customer comes up to speed for your product, and second is your sales day starts looking like an expert. And the onus of explaining everything is not just on the individual, but it is also on the support system that you're giving him or her. So that makes it very important. And when we looked at how we are going to solve for these problems, and when we spoke to like more than 1,000 people on the field, we realized that there is no one solution that fits all, because there are 2 key factors that kind of dictated how people are going to sell. So one is your buyer maturity, and other is your seller maturity. Because when you talk about your buyer, it's a spectrum. It keeps going from low to high. There are a lot of stages in between. But just to keep it simple, when you talk about your buyer maturity, sometimes your buyers have low maturity in buying this specific category of product, which means they don't know what the product is, they don't know what the category is, and the whole idea there is to go and educate this customer and tell them why they should buy into the product category rather than your specific product. While you have certain places where customer really knows about the product, customer is wanting to move from your product, to want to move from competition to you. In that case, you're really looking at saying, how can you convince the customer that, hey, I am the right person to work with, I have the right offering for you, because they're already convinced about the category, and there are reasons why they've opted in or opted out of that category. Same way, when you look at your seller maturity, There are people who are fairly new, people who don't really understand how to go about it, people, let's say, less than 1 year old in the system, etc. So they really don't understand the product. They have a standard pitch that they're probably like bumped up, notified, and then they go give it, but they're not really able to handle customer objections. They don't really understand the customer persona, etc. And their challenges are very, very different than somebody who's super highly experienced. And the mistakes that we have seen organizations do is, when you look for any enablement solutions, people will call, a lot of people from your bottom right category. They'll say, hey, let me call the top performers, let me call MDRT agents, let me call my chairman's club people, and then understand what they are doing. And the problem is, what they are doing will not apply to the guy on the left side, guy on the above side, because their challenges are very, very different. And when you say that I have to follow best practices, there needs to be a learning curve for people to start following best practices, which we see a lot of missing. So based on what we understood, I think we, and of course there's one important part of it, which is your product or category maturity, which I'm going to ignore for now, because that is same across salespeople of a single company. So I'm going to keep that out as a factor. But if you look at what we realized is what sellers really want. We realized that different people want different things for different kind of customers. And for the sake of it, I'm just put it as low and high in both cases. So when you look at what people who have, low selling maturity, people who are fairly new in the system, people who are not high performers, people who are not able to kind of hit their numbers. So when you look at those people, and when they sell to people, customers who don't have a lot of maturity, what they really ask for is to say, hey, customer doesn't know much about the product, but for some reason, the customer is having a conversation with me. So help me engage with the customer, help me show the customer that I'm the expert so that they can really come in. Because I don't want some fancy tools, customized presentations and all, because the customer also does not expect it. What I really want is, how can I stay in touch with the customer? Because I also don't know, they also probably don't. And what they really need as an input is in terms of the fundamentals. And one of the other mistakes that we have seen organizations do, which they've learned from, is when people come in, they immediately say, hey, let me tell you what my 10 products are. And the reality is, in the first 3 months, people only sell 1 or 2 products. We do a lot of work with companies, and we look at what proposals are made, what policies are sold, what products are sold, and we see that in the initial few months, you sell only 2 or 3 products at best, because you don't have the capacity to understand all the products. So how can we just help them with the fundamentals so that they can go appeal to this customer? But same way, when you look at a seller who is not highly mature, and if they want to sell to a customer who asks a lot of questions, who's ready to engage with you but knows a lot more about your product and category than you do. So what people want is, they say, I want ready to use sales pitches. I know that the customer sees it as a sales pitch. I know that the customer knows I don't know, but I still want to give myself a chance. So help me have this 3-second conversation. Help me have this 30-second conversation. And their ask was, don't give me this one standard pitch, because typical pitches start with saying, hello sir, how are you? I'm here to talk about this company. I hope you're doing great. And customers stop you right there and say, boss, I didn't ask you all this. Tell me what is your premium. Or customers, they say, what is the benefit? So in that case, a salesperson is not equipped to modularize the pitch. So they are taught to start from start to end. And it's like a tape recorder. You play it, you have to go till the end. And that's something that people say is not working out. And they start believing in the system when it doesn't work. Because somebody teaches you something in the class, you go and try the same thing on the field, it doesn't work like 5 times, then you think what that person has taught you is bullshit, because you can't see it work. So what we realized was, when we were able to break it down, give it as smaller pitches, give it as something that you can appeal to the customer, make it modular, the sellers found it super highly effective. And what people also want is, because they don't understand the product, they want like quick FAQs. Can I just kind of know the 10 answers to which customers frequently ask questions? Can I kind of send it out immediately? Is where people really are really looking at. Same way, when you talk to your high maturity sellers, which are your top performers, top 2-3% of people, the issue was that they kind of know the product. They know what to pitch, they know how to pitch, and to them they say, the problem is not with me, the problem is with the customer. So their question was, hey, help me engage with this customer, help me bring this customer up, because I don't really want to do anything for myself, because I'm already up there. It's something that they know. Same way, when you look at people who are highly experienced when they want to do, and this is their strong point. That's where people get super excited, because I can like squeeze my brain out, get solutions, impress people, etc. And there people say, help me build relationships.
help me give tools to upsell and cross-sell, because basic selling I already know how to do, because you don't have to come and tell me. And when we look at a lot of these sales enablement tools as well, we see that the top 5% of your top performers don't really use all the tools that you provide, because they know what to use, they know what not to use. So they are like very choosy people, and a lot of times you can't take their inputs because that doesn't apply to the remaining 95% at all. So with this, we kind of built SharpSell, which is our sales enablement platform, where we looked at saying the key drivers here are going to be about how do you really engage, pre-preparation. Then how do you kind of ensure that you have good conversations with the customer when they come in? How do you ensure that you're able to sustain relationship post the meeting? Because typically you meet a customer, you come back, then what do you do to stay in touch with the customer? Because it's not like, unlike let's say a B2B scenario where people come in, people kind of say hi, thank you, block calendars, send you like minutes of meeting after the meeting, close the loop, etc. This never happens with frontline sales teams for the most part in financial service. So for them, it's like one transaction at a time, closing the loop, etc. doesn't really, is not really a concept that they imbibe, with timelines, etc. And the most important part that we looked at is to say, there's a lot of collateral out there. Marketing team puts up collateral, sales team puts up collateral, your service team puts up collateral. There's a lot of things that are out there, but the problem is, where does a sales guy come and find it? And how does a sales guy personalize this for a specific customer? So when I meet a 25-year-old, how do I talk about saying, you should start saving for your future? When I meet a 40-year-old, how do I say they have to save up for their child's future, etc., etc.? So how are you really able to get what works the most for clients is what SharpSell really focuses on. And like I said, the whole idea is how do you kind of make hyper customized pitches. And when we say hyper customized, we're not talking about so here we spoke about how you have different products for different needs. But the reality is most people know like some 4 or 5 products really well. You wake them up from sleep, they'll tell you the pitch for that product. And in all probability, they'll go and pitch the same products because that's what they know. It doesn't really matter what the customer wants. So what we have done is to say, how can you personalize a sales pitch of the product, for different customer realities? Let's say if a customer says, I want something for my retirement, then how do you pitch one product for retirement? When a customer says, I want something for tax saving, the product remains the same because you know the product. But the pitch becomes very different because that's what the customer wants. So the focus here is to say, how do you take the customer's story and how do you narrate it back to the customer with your product inserted in between? So that when a customer looks at your pitch, they look at it and say, this person has kind of understood what I'm trying to say. It's not a waste of 10 minutes that I kind of put my heart out. And thankfully, this product looks like it's solving my problem. It's not a product that he or she is trying to push on me, but they're trying to solve my problem because they've understood my problem. And we look at this, for example, across the sales cycle. The question is, how do you look like an expert? Looking like an expert is not a one-step solution. So you'll have to look like an expert when you call your customer. You'll have to look like an expert when you ask for a meeting. You'll have to look like an expert when you get into the meeting. You'll have to look like an expert once you're out of the meeting. So at different stages, you need to do different things to say that, hey, I am the expert. You are talking to the right person. You made an amazing choice. So we kind of look at different things. For example, how do you nurture your customers? How does SharpSell help customize nurturing with different clients? How do you look at personalized content and personalized proposals for different people? Post the meeting. How do you kind of look at customer satisfaction surveys post that? How do you look at post-sale product guidelines? How are you going to look at it? On what basis are you going to cross-sell? So there's a lot of things that SharpSell does with a focus of the frontline salesperson in the middle. And maybe I'll just talk about one example of a leading insurance company that we work with who uses SharpSell. So post implementation of SharpSell, I think one of the important points that they were looking at was to say, hey, and I'm sure this is something that everybody asks, saying, hey, is it moving the needle? Show me productivity. Why don't you take part in my success metrics and I'll pay you accordingly, etc., etc. Which is a fair ask, and we kind of indulged in that. And post implementing SharpSell, we were able to see the needle moving quite a lot. For example, for people who started using SharpSell, their productivity went up by 56%, where they were able to sell 1.5 times more policies than people who did not use SharpSell. Same way, for example, the number of people, especially for new advisors, one of the things that really happened was the number of policies that people sold increased, which was like a very good thing from before sharp sell came into after it increased by 40%. But what we also saw was the persistency of people also went up quite a lot, which means typically for an insurance company, an advisor comes in, they sell one policy and they move out. So the question that the company had was, somebody is selling one policy and they're active for 1 month in the first 3 months. So can you ensure that people are active again and again? Because that one policy is typically what you call a selfie policy. You come take a policy for yourself, you take policy for your wife, kids, etc. So the question was, can you ensure that people are active, not just in terms of policies, but they're active for more time with us? And we were able to, at the end of 3 months, we were able to kind of, have their persistency go up by about 2.5 times. Which means earlier you had about 1% of people who are active for post 3 months. Now you had 2.5% of people who are active, which means the number of people active for continuously for 3 months actually went up, which is what was very important for clients because that's what builds the base for you, or people who are going to keep continuously giving business. And we were also able to do an exercise where we were able to use sharp sell to identify 10,000 dormant agents who are engaged, who wanted to sell but are not selling. So for whatever reason, they wouldn't do business with you, either because they're working at some other company or they kind of, were not able to cross a chasm where they were able to sell a policy. So we were able to help identify 10,000 plus advisors for them who were actively interested in selling but couldn't sell, and then there were special activities taken on to figure out how we could engage with them again. And we did this by doing a lot of things that we spoke about earlier in terms of engaging agents, keeping them engaged, helping them find a suitable solution for a specific customer, which is all about saying how do I marry my customer's story or customer's need to my product, and how do I kind of pitch it back to them. And one of the other things that we did was to not just do it for employees but also extend it to advisors, because advisor population is fairly tricky because they owe nothing to you. They come in, they're part of your organization, but it's a no commitment relationship. If I want, I'll work. If I don't want, I'll not work. So one of the biggest challenges was to get advisors to come into the system, and we saw tremendous success there. Where in this we had more than 60% of advisors engaging with us, which was like a never seen number for the company. And we were able to show that people who engaged were also like some 60% more productive than the people who were it. So I think this is broadly a quick summary of what Sharp Sell has done for our clients. And so and the whole idea here is how do you kind of make Sharp Sell behave and look differently for different sellers out there is what the focus is. So even though we talk about personalization for the end customer, there's also a tremendous amount of personalization that happens for the seller out there who's using it based on where they stand. So it's not about asking survey questions saying, hey, are you good at selling? It's not about just looking at numbers. It's about intuitively being, giving them what they want when they are in the field in a form that they can use so that they come back to the platform again and again. So we have, we have more than 90% of our users come back to the platform on a week-on-week basis, even though Sharp Sell for a lot of our clients is not a mandatory tool. So with certain clients, the process is end-to-end integrated. With a lot of our clients, it is still a standalone function where the integrations downstream is not super heavy. But you still have users coming back to it again and again because they really see the benefit of using Sharp Sell and selling to their customers. So with this, I will conclude my session. So we are kind of waiting out there in the Sharp Sell booth. You turn right, third booth on the right. And in case you want to understand how Sharp Sell has helped some of our clients, or you want to know how Sharp Sell is can really help you, we'd be happy to talk to you. So thanks a lot for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subramaniam, for that wonderful presentation. Now to present a memento to Mr. Arun Subramaniam, Co-founder and Chief Business Officer, Sharp Sell. May I please invite Mr. Dominic Vijay Kumar, Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Art Housing Finance Limited, to do the honors. Thank you so much. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick coffee break for the next 10 minutes and be back for a very, very interesting panel discussion. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure you're looking forward to the next one. Thank you. is the future of Indian BFSI industry, evolution of smart data analytics, RPA and AI in Indian financial sector. In today's economy, Indian BFSI sector is forced to contend with heightened regulatory environments and a variety of market, economic and regulatory uncertainties. With the increasing demand from customers for more personalized experiences, industries reaching the limits of where their current technology can take them with their digital transformation initiatives. Institutions must look to big data, RPA, and AI now more than ever to meet these expectations and make smarter, faster decisions that minimize risk and safeguard against fraud. Now, it gives me great pleasure to invite our moderator and speakers for this session. First, may I welcome Mr. Prasanna Lohar, Vice President Technology, Digital Innovation and Architecture, DCB Bank, our moderator. Welcome, sir. Next, may I invite Mr. Subramaniam Srinivasan, Head of Chief Data Office Technology, Yes Bank, India. Welcome, sir. Next, may I invite Mr. Topendra Bhattacharjee, Head Digital Bank, Direct Channels and Analytics, RBL Bank. May I now invite Mr. Dominic Vijay Kumar, Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Art Housing Finance India Limited. May I also invite Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharjee, Chief Information Officer, Utkarsh Small Finance Bank. May I now invite Mr. Vinod Kumar, Chief Information Officer, Fino Payments Bank. And may I invite Shaji Pulukol, Head Data and Analytics, Rapido Cloud Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, if we please put our hands together for our esteemed panel. Now over to you, sir.
Hello. Very good evening, everybody. Thank you, Elets Technomedia, for bringing this event in person. I'm looking forward to moderate this session, which is typically around artificial intelligence, RPA, automation. We'll discuss around what has really happened last 2-3 years, how the banking is changed last 2 years, what these bankers and finance experts are doing into the BFSI industry, and what is going to happen next 4-5 years, right? Are we really looking forward completely automated banks? How do we take care of those processes the way we do it manually and so on and so forth? So I think artificial intelligence is now become an integral part of every bank. If I say, if any bank is saying that, we don't need artificial intelligence or any kind of automation or any kind of data analytics or data journey, I think they will be wiped out, right? That's a story today. And that is why every bank, every tech company is looking forward to do a lot of research, work around various use cases on AI. Typically, AI is used everywhere, right? So if you look at a bank's journey, which is around on a channel side, wherein a customer interacts with the bank, or in mid, where most of the processes are there in-house in the bank, or insurance companies, BFSI in the bank, around data and how do you really take care of data. Typically, AI comes everywhere, right? So AI comes while you do the video KYC or KYC. AI will come in the back end to understand data. I think many banks has done a lot of use cases. We keep hearing 10-second loan, 3 minutes something, right? Onboard a customer on the fly with the Aadhaar and many other APIs. So AI is everywhere, and it always helps. Whatever manually you are doing, it can be really automated. If it is a repetitive task, let's bring on RPA. And based upon bank to bank and organization to organization, if it is a digital first, they may not need AI immediately, but they have to do AI considering there is a lot of competition going on and so on and so forth. So we'll understand from all of our experts out here. So I start with a one question to all, right? So last year, everybody was in house, work from home, different culture, right? And out there, if you really go back and roll back the whole screen in March to 2020, and it was being announced lockdown, don't know what's going to happen in the next 3-4 months, but somehow everybody has survived, rather survived. If you really look at the digital transformation index for every bank and every company, it has gone multifold. Start imagining, right? How many projects you were doing in the 2019, and today it's altogether we have reached the next level. And to surpass that level, and the customer expertise is also huge, we need to see what has really happened in the last 2 years. So I'll start with our friend Abhijit. So Abhijit, you being a practitioner at RBL Bank, followed by now Utkarsh, we always look at what are innovations you have done in the past in banks. So what is that has happened last year? What has really changed, and what is there for you considering AI, data, RP kind of a journey?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Prasanna, and thanks Elets Media for inviting me to speak on this. Thanks for all the fellow panelists. Look, last 2 years is probably the fast forward what happened in last 8 years, and I think the COVID was a reason for it. I'll try to keep my answer within the data space and probably what I have seen on the data space is happening, added with the RPA and AI, which is the main theme of this topic, today's discussion. So, if you look back, 2018, 19. The digital waves have started coming in, and people are saying, "Okay, look, the digital wave is going to, touch every part of the industry." And we're expecting by 25 the digital wave will come in. But the COVID are actually, preponed the whole thing. And last 2 years, if you see the topmost industry to the smallest industry, they have adopted digital in some way or other. And those who are not, they are now getting into the space to look into it. But if you look, the journey what have changed, I've seen there has changed in two parts in last 2 years. First, on the data side, the understanding of the data or to the organization has now completely changed. In a sense, previously data was very fragmented, and nowadays people are looking for data availability in a centralized real-time manner to look into various business cases come up. And because of so much of digitalization happened in last 2 to 3 years, these use cases now is becoming more relevant and more you have to do as of yesterday sort of stuff. Second thing what I've seen, especially on the data side, has changed is I have seen a lot of changes has happened on the data engineering side. One is the business side and one is the data engineering side. If you talk about last 3-4 years back, people are talking about transferring data in hours. Now people are talking about transferring data in minutes and seconds, creating the real-time decisioning. So that requires a huge data engineering transformation happen all across organizations in the system. And that has, if you look into the big companies like e-commerce or NSCs of the world, doing in-memory data processing and all this, they are early adopters, but it has now become more retailized, and a lot of small organizations also started getting into it. So what used to happen in 5 hours, now it is happening in 5 seconds, and that is actually becoming a reality. And people are adopting to the new realities and adopting the business cases on this.
Yeah, wonderful. I think Abhijit, what is that important now? That data is very, very important, and automation is also very important. We typically onboard a customer, and while onboarding the customer, it takes days, right? If I ask some of you guys, we will open your account in 30 days. What do you say? Your bank is not something like Kotak 811 or DP or RBL and so on and so forth. Because it's a competition now, right? So you have to have give a better experience to the customer while onboarding, as well as once he has become a customer, you need to understand whether is he really your customer, right? So Subramaniam, so you have to guide us. What is that you are doing to make sure that he is your customer? What is that you are bringing on a data side? What is that the journey you have crafted to understand customer sentiments? How should be a journey for adoption of data governance?
Hey, thanks, Prasanna, for the question. So I lead data and analytics for the chief data office in across the bank, and I head chief data office in India. So I'll not give too much of an India perspective because I don't know that. I deal more with from a global view. So what I can see is happening across the world is there is a data explosion, but it's becoming very difficult to make sense of that data because the metadata is missing. So even for you to make a decision, just the data being there is not enough. You need to know more about the data. You need to know if that is PII or not. You need to know what jurisdiction it belongs to, what is the controlling legal entity, so that you can make decisions on that data. So what I can see happening over the last couple of years is data was always there, but you could not make much use of it. Metadata is getting stitched together along with that data. But for that metadata to be stitched together, metadata has to be gathered. That is happening. So that is a journey that is happening, and thanks to the world of cloud, we are able to take a fresh stance towards that. Now, about your other question, how should an organization approach the world of data? I think a lot of organizations just make the plunge of big data or the cloud when probably they don't need to do that. So I think first and most important thing is looking at your use cases. What exactly are you lacking in your current processes, in your current outcomes, and then choosing the right technologies. It might be a normal Oracle database, a Postgres database, or it might warrant a big data solution. It might be okay to be on-prem, or it might warrant a cloud solution. So that whole self-assessment is, I think, the most important thing that you need to do. And once you've done that, the next step is in establishing a governance process. Once you've done that homework, then you can speed up on whatever journey you've chosen. But most people go on to step 3 without doing step 1 and 2. So what needs to happen? Step 1 and 2.
I think good guidance. That way we can really see how we can really adopt this journey, right? And typically based upon bank to bank, what type of a culture you have in the bank, whether they are technology heavy culture, so that we give that use case to the business stakeholders, and they say, yeah, let's go ahead with this tool and something like that. But most of the banks, what we have seen in data journey, the culture was quite a lot issue before pandemic. But today, out of enthusiasm, out of peer pressure, or out of a lot of fintechs are also doing the same business which you guys are doing as a bank, right? So it makes sense for every bank to be AI first or automation first. So Dominic, you must have done a lot of innovations during these last 2 years. So what is that changed as a you individually? Have you studied yourself something around AI, and what are those use cases you are brought in your organization?
Thanks, Prasanna. Okay, I come from a financial institution, so for me, data plays a very important role. Okay, because using data and data only we can analyze, right from building a branch, customer segment, everything can be done. But last 2 years, whatever the COVID or pandemic has taught us, like it's given a real change in the whole system of work. When we have been, like, first thing I wanted to tell is last 2 years, the way the budget is looked at for technology has been changed. The boardroom is accepted, technology has to be implemented. CFO gets into the digitization part of it. So this has given us an ease in bringing in that technology. The projects which were not executed in the last 2 years, 2-3 years, has been executed in the last 6-7 months. To be very frank, we have brought in the RPA process for one particular process which was more of a manual involvement was there, where it's basically a quality check when the documents get uploaded onto the system before the login process. Where we have brought in a RPA process, the KYC documents have been automated using a RPA. It reads the documents and final here's the documents for login process. This is one of the things. Then we have brought in a little bit of BRE, business rule engine has been implemented, which is a major breakthrough for a housing finance company because we are more regulated and the kind of customers we serve. It is all EWS and MIT kind of customers, and deviation process have been automated. So AI has played an important role. Simultaneously, RPA has supported AI in getting things done. Basically, AI comes into picture when you have more amount of data. Till you don't have data, AI cannot play an important role. So acclimating of the data which was there from so many years have been brought out now, because without technology, you cannot go ahead. The 2 years of COVID, the 2 years of work from home has made us to study more of data, bring in the technology, make things easier, take decisions easier. So RPA, AI, and to complement all the things, analytics plays an important role.
One more case study I say, like we were, when MIS is a regulated requirement, every financial organization or banking sector should have a proper automated MIS, where we were lacking behind for almost 2-3 years. Things were there, it was lying at the board level, approvals were pending, but COVID taught us in different way. Today, I think it took 3 months for me to automate the complete MIS process, which includes your collection, which is very, very important to me post-COVID, because collection is the one which runs the organization post-COVID. That thing, than the business MIS. So there are certain things which COVID has taught us, helped us to build the technology, and technology is playing a very important role. People have understood adopting of technology is gone up these days, and it is all being complemented by the RPA, AI, and on above all this is the analytic tool which plays a very important role for us.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. You spoke about a lot of use cases. So primarily, in my view, also, if you look at AI, it is everywhere in the banking ecosystem. Starting from how do we really help guard a customer who is doing transaction of 100 rupees just to tell him, this transaction is not required for it, or it is required for it. That kind of a bidirectional support is coming with the help of understanding of data, with the help of big data or AI. I think if you would have spoken about AI, RPA, and all those jargons 5-6 years before, people used to start discussing with what is meant by AI, or what is meant by robotic process automation. And typically people used to say everything is AI, something which is a business rule, it is also AI, something, some repetitive process which is backed by some rules, or it is also an RPA. So it's something all different world altogether. And last 4-5 years, we have seen AI has become more and more stronger. Algorithms are in a such a way that you can mimic the way I am talking, or it's a different kind of AI we are bringing in. So it is a view that after 5-6 years, maybe 10 years, we'll have a complete AI-driven, right? AI-driven engine, or AI first. The way we used to say digital first, it's all AI first or automation first organization will see. So while there are a lot of challenges around culture, why we are bringing automation, my jobs will go on, the way we have seen we brought in species in the branches. So Topendra, I think RBL is one of those tech-heavy bank, right? So last 4-5 years, the bank has done massive implementation along with partners. It is called as a partner ka bank, right? While we are, or when you are on that journey, there must be a lot of data you have accumulated, right? So how you look at that data, what are those things, what are those use cases you have brought in which can be helpful for our audiences to really see, go back and adopt something like that? Yeah.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you for the question. Just to take a step back and what, I think my friend Abhijit mentioned a while back. If you go back, 5 decades, every decade has given something big to the industry. So 60s would have given ATM, 70s and 80s gave card. Then came 90s where 24/7 banking, the network banking came in, or e-banking came in. 2000 to 2010 on was more of mobile banking. Now is a time when it is AI-led banking. This decade is mostly there. Where effectively, if you see, AI has become native to every journey that we talk about. So inside a banking premise, where you have different facets, whether it is operations, whether it is customer-facing activity, or whether it is the executive-facing activity, everywhere there is a prevalence or possibility of efficiency-driven or efficiency-led enablement, which is typically what AI brings to the table, primarily. Why does that happen? It happens primarily because we have suddenly now have 2 big advantages on our plate. One is that you have an infrastructure availability and adoption, which is scalable and large, which is cloud. On the other side, therefore, storage, the cost of data storage has come down drastically. The other thing is because of adoption of digital, there is humongous data which is getting accumulated. Now, I think most of my co-panelists are from the technology side of it. I come from business. Now, from a business perspective, the use cases are multifold. When I have that kind of data flowing in, where I have behavioral data, I have usage data, I have data in the form of transactions, etc. This volume of data allows me to create use cases across the board where machine learning becomes imperative. So for example, in the front end, I have a scenario where I can actually give you a loan in 2 minutes, like somebody was talking about, or we had been spoken about. So a loan decision engine based on AI, the model is model plays on top of the various behavioral data that is collected across maybe a certain period, is something which comes in. Then there is the ops layer where you have typical RPA. Actually, RPA is 40% of all AI enabled across the globe. So RPA is what? It is just creating efficiencies of across some repetitive tasks, where you use this data to form a model where the engineering capability will improve that process in such a way where it will remove the inefficiencies in the system. And also, therefore, a repetitive task becomes much sharper and quicker. It reduces cost, it improves efficiency, it will give you more productivity. Then you have on the other side of it, which is the executive side of it, where you become much sharper in assessing your business. So that assessment of business itself will give you a lot of upside in the overall scheme of things, because now you have other ways of viewing the same business than in the traditional interface. And therefore, you can actually cut and slice the business parameters in such a way that you can actually do better. So it's a whole round upside that comes in because of AI.
Wonderful. I think we spoke with Abhijit and then Gopendra and Dominic and Subramaniam. Just to summarize, I think it is a must need of every organization. Say it could be an organization which is born yesterday, or a 100-year-old PSU bank or cooperative bank. Every bank or every BFSI organization need AI to be there, because everybody is practicing around and everybody want to really have automated processes or efficient processes. And just to summarize furthermore, it starts with the customer journey, onboard customer, say it could be OCR technology or video KYC technology, or followed by once customer is inside and all transaction you are accommodating the data, understand the data with the data and bring back some incentives or some kind of a notification back to the customer. As you rightly said, at the operations side, there are a lot of processes. If you dig out, you could find 300 plus processes to be automated or repetitive processes. Example, reconciliation process which happens daily, backup process at data center, or there could be process addition of deletion of users. I think everybody has to understand what all automations you can do. For example, in my view, just to support what Subramaniam spoke, if you are to start any of those COEs, RPA or AI, you need to understand what all use cases you have in your bank to be automated. Now go back to what all use cases you can do it as a priority. Say maybe you could say top 10 use cases and with a partner or in-house, right? As Dominic said, it could be in-house or a partner based, and learn from that and go to the next level. That's how it could be the journey. And it's not only AI, but there are other peripheral technologies, big data, RPA, we spoke, and cloud, which is primarily everybody is now understanding power of cloud technology. So I think Shaji, you have to guide us, right? As a practitioner on a cloud, what is the significance cloud brings on in the AI journey? Because we keep hearing AWS's, Alexa's, or we keep hearing voice technology, conversational banking, which is going to come up, chatbots, whatnot, right? And which we are not operating, but next level million customers are going to do. So how do we be ready for that? So although cloud is there are a lot of challenges around cloud, considering data, etc. So as a new guys, right, who want to understand, can you just guide us on those lines? Yeah.
Sure, Prasanna. Yeah, thank you. So I'm Shaji Bulkul. I head data analytics practice with Rapid Cloud Solutions. When I say data analytics, we comprise of IoT, data engineering, and machine learning. So that's the group I handle. I mean, that's the vertical. So majorly, I wanted to focus on one single. The problem over here is kind of a personalization, segmentation, and a recommendation, right? So these are the kind of activities that's currently lacking in the system. So even though we say a huge amount of data is being churned, huge amount of data is being massaged, and visualization is provided, but as a very, very layman perspective, right? If I would say, almost every single day I get a call from a call center representative. It's very, very normal. I'm calling you from ABC Bank Limited. I do have a housing loan product. Would you like to buy it? Me as a customer, the moment I receive this call, my tendency is just picking up and disconnecting it, right? So I am absolutely not really in a place where I want to entertain these kind of calls. Unless and until I don't see a personalization, someone who can talk more about me or what exactly is my need, those kind of things are being brought in front of me and do a recommendation to me. And that's exactly when I feel, okay, there is someone who knows about me, and I should start engaging with this kind of vendor, right? So simple example. So think of I'm a person who search for 4 BHK apartment almost day in and day out in my Google page, right? On top of it, what I'll do is I even go at my Instagram page. I just bookmark for a modular kitchen. So that information is good enough for someone, a data scientist, to figure out. These are the guy who's going to buy in another 2 to 3 months. There is going to be a guy who's going to buy a housing loan, right? So that's exactly when a product like a banking product can be easily sold. So what a data scientist's responsibility would be, out of those 1,000 customer list, just do a segmentation, right? So I have a guy available with an 80% of confidence interval. I'm going to say, this guy for sure in the next 3 months is going to buy this product. I'm going to put my topmost sales executive over there, 3 times the salary which I'm paying him. I'm just going to employ him to have a conversation with this guy. So from my below 4% of conversion rate, I'm going to make it as close to 40% of conversion rate, because I know what exactly is this experience I need to give him, right? So that's the kind of experience we want to give it to the customer, telling that if there's a conversation like Mr. Shaji Kulukul, I'm glad that you have been finalized on a 4 BHK. I would like to know how exactly your finance needs to be managed, right? How exactly you can manage your finance, where exactly it needs to be allocated, how much budget needs to be allocated for a kitchen, how much it needs to be allocated. So these kind of a bundle package product, once you can deliver to your customer, that's become a lucrative things for someone to engage with you and give you a much better product. I mean, that's how exactly I would say about it. Thanks.
Just to add on, you spoke a lot about how consumer behavior is changing and how cloud or AI is really helping for that. What does it mean, right? Can you just emphasize on, is there any use case wherein I already know what customer is doing it? And on top of that, can I do some kind of another automation? Instead of a man being there, can I have some process, automated process, keep calling and keep irritating or keep making a happy ride? How AI is there to irritate or to enhance the overall experience?
Yeah, absolutely. So having this product in place, I mean, that's where the cloud journey, I mean, as I already said, Rapido basically is a born in cloud company. I mean, we provide majorly solutioning on AWS, but we started even engaging Azure too, right? So basically what we try to do is there are built-in solutions available. If I wanted to build exactly similar kind of a model from the scratch, it's going to take me around maybe 7 to 8 months to come up with those model and then provide a solution for you. Now, AWS or an Azure or those data science equipped services is going to come and tell, just use maybe 1 week or 2 weeks. I'm just going to give you those kind of solutions for you. And that's going to be a ready-made solutions available for you, and then can solve a lot of problem for you. The only thing that I need to do is I need to bring in those data into our cloud ecosystem. There are tools and techniques available which can curate it, which can massage it, and then go to the next level of consumption by different customer, right? So I can have a visualization in place. You can just consume it and start giving a much more insightful viewpoint for you for taking your executive for taking those decisions.
Yeah, great, exciting. What I have seen some of the banks outside of India or some large scale bank inside India, they adopt big data and all those algorithms, workloads runs on cloud. So going forward, Topendra, what's your view on the cloud, right? So other side, we keep hearing a lot of news around some hack is happening or there is a lot of yes, no from the regulator end, or it could be a mindset of all the banks, right? So what's your view? Is it really required now to go on the cloud, and what could be the way, considering data journeys or various facilities available on the cloud? Because if you have to run a particular algorithm for a new set of data, 5 years before, it was very easy to do on a managed data center. But the way data is increasing, same transaction goes multifold, right? So transaction coming in, it will be operated having in big data, it will be in a reconciliation system. So we have no choice apart from either implement huge data storages at a data center or go ahead with the cloud where we can manage or upscale, downscale, elongate. What's your view?
In my previous point that I made, I actually mentioned, cost of storing data going down drastically. It has been enabled by, of course, the cloud technologies. Now, whether we want to go to cloud or not, I don't think it is any more an optional scenario. With the rims of data coming in and the way in which ML and AI is coming in terms of the way it is getting implemented across various processes. To process a data like that, you need technology which is razor sharp, and you cannot bank on archaic boxes to store that data, both from a cost perspective as well as from a computing perspective. So to run the model, the AI models, you cannot have a scenario where your processing time is at a very lagged level or state. So you need that sharpness there. So therefore, to give you one perspective is that we are a multi-cloud scenario bank. We have adopted cloud in most of our activities. In fact, we are in the process of creating one of our largest transformation projects, which is a cloud native data platform, which is a consumer data platform, which will get all data across multiple systems across the bank into one space, and then harmonize it to actually create other use cases on top of it. Now the point is that why do we need it? See, if I have data stored in different systems, especially in static systems, and I can't stream that data into one space, there is no way in which I will be able to actually run an AI model out of it, or any type of a predictive model on top of it. It will always be lagged. So exactly what my friends mentioned out there. If I get a call, and I can speak more from a business use case perspective, if I get a call which does not recognize me in today's date, especially in this noisy environment, I am bound to not respond typically, and that's normal behavior. Now, but however, if I get a call where I am recognized, my activity has been recognized in some form, of course not too intrusive, but in some form, and therefore the person in front is speaking to me in my mind space, that is a much better reaction. So for that to happen, I need real-time streaming of data, right? I need that information in that space. And like I mentioned earlier, today's date with the adoption, and this actually got accelerated due to COVID, with the adoption of digital, there are streams and streams of data which is available. And this is not only the banking data or the transactional data of the customer, there is a whole lot of data which is there in the ecosystem through its digital footprint. Exactly what my friend said. Today, how does Netflix operate? Netflix is one of the best ways in which I see a lot of these OTT platforms actually pushing and promoting content out of the noise and trying to curate it for you. Now, these are things that can happen only when you have enough and more live scenarios of streaming data. And this actually shows how far we can go in terms of personalization. So to reach there, you need enablement, and the big tech companies across the board have been providing that. And last point, you mentioned about components. So in these cloud providers, there are very interesting components which are coming in today's date. So if you look at AWS or GCP or Azure, there are very interesting components that they are providing now because of the adoption, so that you can smartly conduct that data in a particular way and throw in use cases. So today that ease has happened in such a way that it is becoming more front-endal, and like I say, it's like Lego blocks coming together. So that's the simplicity with which everything is coming together, and therefore, if you say no to it, it will only stand away.
Fantastic views, Topendra. In interest of time and some of the fundamental aspect, right? So RPA or AI journeys, we always have some challenges, and every organization has their own challenges. Considering it could be a architectural level challenges to adopt that technology, or a culture, or having skill set, or not having skill set is another challenge. While we do this, there is a regulatory challenge. why are you adopting the AI? And at the end of a year, you all know, right? We have to give RBI IT examination just to justify what is that we have done throughout the year, right? And is it aligned? Show us the evidences. All these things will come to us. So there are a lot of challenges. Let's talk about the video KYC came into our life 2019 with the SEBI has said, yeah, we are okay with the video KYC. That is what RBI also adopted in 2020, and that's how it has helped many banks to do video KYC while customer was not able to reach to the branch, or branch people were not able to go to the customers' houses. But within a video KYC also RBI says no, that concurrent audit, which is the next level, has to be done manually. And right, so there comes RPA or AI, wherein you might have 3,000 customers today on video KYC, and algorithm says yes, all those videos are okay, and lastly one person comes and sees, yeah, it is being said that all are green. Let me say manually. There is AI is there, but also we are adhering to the RBI's regulation. Manually it has to be done. So likewise, there are always challenges, and banks know how do we really mitigate those challenges with the technologies, with the proper governance. So Abhijit, what all challenges you have seen in your journey, and how you really mitigated?
Yeah, thanks, Prasanna. So it says that devil lies in details. The example of yours, I remember an old SBI story I heard. Sorry, I should have said a public bank, but not. Anyway, I taken the name. So apparently, the new photocopier machine has come. So scanning machine has come. So one young intelligent SBI PO came and said, look, there are so many room full of surplus. Why don't you scan and keep and destroy it? So the senior said, right, fantastic idea. So they took a month to scan all of this, and he went back for the approval to destroy it. See, the seniors looked into it and said, okay, well, right, you can destroy it, but as for a process, before destroying, you have to keep 2 photocopies and keep it. So take 2 photocopies and keep it, and keep your scan as it is. So it is again it is the people who run the technology, not the technology who runs the people. So in terms of the challenges what you face on the ground is the people who understand how to implement that particular technology. I'll pick 4 points. One is, look, when you are having a tool like this, a real-time data analysis to come to sell or give customer a service, it requires a complete rethink of the business models. And that requires not a refresh on the way you think, also look into the global scenarios that's true, and realign your requirement to get through. I've seen a lot of cases, people has created a big machinery, but they don't know how to actually use it. Number 2 is technology itself. In order to do this sort of RPA or AI-led, RPA AI fast scenarios, you have to re-architect your systems to have a digital data code. Now we're talking about digital code. Now, unless you have a data code to supplement a digital code, it is not possible to do. And in order to create a data code, you require a different kind of wiring in the technology parlance, different kind of integrations in the technology parlance, and that requires time and effort. And you do a fast POC, you get a success. Suddenly you want to do a lot of things, and unless that platform is ready, you actually can't do it. So it's a little bit of cat and mouse game. Third is obviously the resource. In last 1 year, I think anybody sitting on this room, if I say do you have a resource problem, everybody will raise their hand. In a sense, everybody asking 30%, and I don't know why they're going. But but getting a right resource is, look, this technology is new and niche, and getting and you need a guy who understands business and understands technology. Getting that combination is very, very difficult in the market. You actually make it a big scale product, you need those resources on board, and getting them is a challenge. And fourth and last thing is the data itself is a challenge. I'll explain what I mean. The example what Saji has gave, I went to a particular site and seen a 4-bedroom, went to Instagram and put out a picture. So I am a very good candidate for home loan. Please note, these 2 data points are not with the bank. Now, bank need to get that decision. They have to go to that 2 sites. So while we can create the engineering muscle power, the core, which is the heart, the data is with the internet companies. So how that these two will merge, so that is the key of the challenge of the full successful thing to become a scalable product. But obviously the opportunities are there also in the market.
I think just to summarize, skill set is a very important aspect around and what are processes, right? It's not that everything has to be automated. We need to see what the priority process. You spoke about regulation part, data part. Technology is getting matured, so you need to see which algorithm to be fit in, followed by whether to adopt in-house or a partner, and finally it is all about the customer. We have Subramaniam, what's your view around whether it should be an in-house journey or a hybrid journey or depends upon organization to organization, right? Typically, fintech will look at let me have everything in-house because I'm full of funds, but it's not the case with the banks or any of those other regulated entities. So,
my general view is that any strategy is good as long as you implement it. The problem is we start with a strategy and then we see what the other guy is doing. We start with that strategy, then we take the third one. Any strategy is good, but on-prem versus cloud. So there are multiple options. On-prem, what is the challenge? Scalability, not adequate technologies. So cloud becomes a natural option. Then is it hybrid? Do you burst onto the cloud or do you have on-prem for some use cases, cloud for some? Again, that is again a strategy that the organization needs to take. Or do you go multi-cloud? You go multi-cloud if you don't want to have a vendor lock-in. Even that's good. But multi-cloud, I'm generally a bit wary of it because multi-cloud means that you're not committing to any option. You always want to stand at the door without entering the house. So my general view is go all in. Try to use your on-prem resources. They use the words sweat the asset. Try to sweat the asset maximum. Then go to the cloud. Go to cloud native options. Try to use them to the fullest. Go as much all in as you feel that there is some kind of an exit strategy, but don't have exit strategy at the top of your mind because AI ML has come to the next level thanks to the options that are provided by the cloud providers. Because over the last 10 years we had good options, but not something that was really requiring. It required a lot of skill sets at your end. But with the AI ML options that the cloud providers are providing, it has become commoditized. So it makes sense to use them, not to shun them away or start writing your own Python codes from the start. So that is my general messaging around this topic, Prasanna.
Great. I think we are almost in time. Our organizers are looking at us with happy faces. So I think last remark, I think what I have seen in my personal life, so when I learned my engineering, right, so database management and networks were the subjects. But today I think AI has already reached the engineering, right? So if you talk about 7th, 8th standard, they are already learning Python. So I think our skill set problem may be resolved. I think AI is now a topic for at a country level where finance ministers are putting a lot of money for research around because we are not there great as far as other countries are concerned. As per research index. Similarly, we recently announced our AI strategy, wherein more of every tech company is now adopting AI. I think journey is very good, right? I think everybody has understood artificial intelligence is now becoming a normal technology. There are other technologies to will pull on, like 5G will come to our life or wearables. So here onwards, we need to see, are we ready for those technologies while now this is already. So I think thank you so much for all the panels, Abhijit, Dominic, Rupendra, Subramaniam, Shaji, for bringing a lot of insights to our audiences. If there are so many questions, we can take it now, or if organizers says after some time, we are available.
Because of time constraints, I think we'll take any questions offline if we do have them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. With that, we come to the end of this panel discussion. Can we please put our hands together for our esteemed panelists? May I request Mr. Zubair Alam, the SBU Head Enterprise Business Reddington, to please come up on stage and present a memento to all of our esteemed speakers. First, to our moderator, Mr. Prasanna Lohar, Vice President Technology, Digital Innovation and Architecture, DCB Bank. Next to Mr. Subramaniam Srinivasan, Head of Chief Data Office Technology, Deutsche Bank, India. We extend our gratitude to Mr. Topendra Bhattacharjee, Head, Digital Bank, Direct Channels and Analytics, RBL Bank. A big thank you to Mr. Dominic Vijay Kumar, Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Art Housing Finance, India Limited. Thank you to Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharjee, Chief Information Officer, Utkarsh Small Finance Bank. Thank you to Mr. Shaji Kulukul, Head Data and Analytics, Raptor Cloud Solutions. All right, now we can please have a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together one more time? So I would request you, Mr. Prasanna, I would request you to please remain behind. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very interesting fireside chat. The topic for this session is workforce transformation in the post-pandemic era. My speakers for this session are first our moderator, Mr. Arun Subramaniam, co-founder and chief business officer, SharpCell. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the energy high and welcome all of our guests today. Welcome back, sir. Once again, I would love to invite Mr. Prasanna Lohar, Vice President, Technology, Digital Innovation and Architecture, DCB Bank. And finally, may I invite Mr. Bala Chendil P, Business Head, Digital Acquisition and Head, Digital Transformation, Ambit Finvest Private Limited. Welcome, sir. All right, over to you, sir. Mr. Subramaniam, the stage is all yours. Absolutely. Let's get it done.
Check. So I think we'll just give Mr. Prasanna a few seconds to get his energy back after his earlier session. Yeah. So good evening, all. I think it's going to be a relatively interesting conversation for us. There's unlike a few other discussions that we had, I think this does not have a lot of prep that has gone into it because we said we'll take it free flowing. So I think the focus that we're really looking at here is to say what really happened as part of the transformation and what has been its impact on the continuity of the transformations that took place. Maybe we'll just start with Bala Chendil. So what really struck you as something that was that was super unique about what happened during the pandemic, which is still sustained because we did a lot of things have come back to where they were. But what is it that surprised you, saying, man, I didn't expect this to continue, but it has continued?
Hi, good evening, everyone. From a tech point of view, last couple of years, especially thanks to the two important technology, one is cloud and the other one is SaaS-based tech solutions. So these two have made almost all the core lending solutions and ERP being made available anywhere and everywhere. And just post-pandemic, though these were available pre-pandemic also, just post-pandemic, this has forced both the internal users and as well as customers to adopt. So I see this through technology playing an important role in the coming years. However, no amount of technology can replace a human touch or especially in the customer-facing service business. So I see this as a tech enablers rather than replacing the human touch.
Prasanna, how do you see, what has changed and what has stuck in spite of things kind of getting almost back to normal now? I think just like how we are all sitting here instead of doing this.
Absolutely. So I think when we started a pandemic journey way back in March 2020, on the start, some of the questions were there in front of us that how do we operate from a home, right? Typically not for employees, but those employees who are at the front offices, right? Who are taking care of our customers, who go to the customer, handhold them, bring business lot of to the bank, right? And moreover, after bringing business, they are always in touch for any of those cross-sale, upsell, and so on and so forth. So I think that was a right and challenge, although an opportunity for us. So that was the one thing which we have seen before pandemic. We used to do a lot of manual. During pandemic, as he rightly said, adoption of the SaaS products or adoption of some of those engaging models or products was at a high scale, right? And what is now we are seeing now rather stuck now. Employees or front offices are now already learned how do we live next life on top of these products or platforms and so on and so forth. So in my view, we are not stuck back, but although we are now looking forward because every organization has a now next orbit. What we have seen, we were at this orbit in 2019 or at the end of 2020. Now that has surpassed to this orbit. Now this orbit says you should have a better people, better skill. You should have a better processes enhanced by some kind of a technology, and even regulation is now supporting that innovation. So I think we have already surpassed that orbit which we were living in 2019 or start of 2020. Now challenges are different and now requirements are different because your customer is already moved ahead. You can't go back and say let's operate on a manual mode because customer is already seeing what has happened on the cross industry, right? So they are looking their movies on Netflix or Amazon Prime. They would like to have all of their services on a mobile plus platform, and rather wherever they go. Say example, they are on Swiggy, they would like to have some kind of financial assessment or on a Make My Trip. So a lot of things are happening, a lot of integrations are happening, a lot of financial services going out of the bank to these platforms. I think that's a journey here onwards. Let's see.
Do you have any fears that, if you were to ask you saying, hey, what are the 2-3 fears that you may have? That saying, I hope that these things don't derail that journey. So you have some things where you want to be a little cautious, be a little cautious about.
Not really. Considering employee engagement, what has happened? So earlier it was quite a lot of manual. Now a lot of platforms are doing as such. There are no fears, at least at an organization level. We know if there are some fears, how do we mitigate that with any of those available solutions, right? One of the fear we could say that how do we really enhance the employee productivity? We say, okay, work from home. They started working from home, and what we have seen the kind of efficiency in early days and kind of efficiency these days. So that could be the problem, or that could be the area to be addressed, right? So how do we address that? There are a lot of solutions are available. But it's not a fear as per se, because if I say fear, it's a question of existence or a sustainability. So I think as a bank, we are always ready. How do we sustain? So rather bank, Indians know how do we really sustain around any of those fears. Now today, there are a lot of questions around skill set, there are a lot of questions around how do we have a better business model, while there are your competition collaborating entities like the fintechs are coming in. The kind of a product I was selling on my mobile banking platforms, it is already available on now Google Pay, Phone Pay, or even we have opportunity to create another business model the way we have seen Bob World or Yonos. Now they are also fintech within a bank, right? So while there are players as a fear coming into our life, but there are a lot of answers to also.
Sure. So do you see any challenges that way in terms of things sliding back?
Of challenges. The first is the data security, especially whenever large organizations, especially who are in a regulated, sensitive business, when they move out from an on-prem to cloud or a SaaS model, there's always a threat on the security. So that is the biggest challenge. for that matter, any BFSI or any fintech operating in this space, that will continue to be a challenge. The second one is the change management. We have Salesforce as our CRM and tool. The biggest challenge for the management and the leaders is how do we make our frontline sales force and the rest of the internal customers employees to adopt technology. That will remain a challenge ahead also. I think this we may have to incur that as a part of our organization culture.
In a nutshell, if you look at the challenges for any of the banks or organizations, based upon bank to bank, the challenges differ. But generically, as you rightly said, data security, how they are integrating the partner, is it a secure way, and what is the business model will bring on, as well as another challenges could be like what type of operations they have, right? What type of manual process they have, and how much cost they are incurring while they are adopting with the. Earlier we spoke about RPAs, AI and all stuff, right? Because there are new and back, they already come with a digital first culture. People are already adopted with the digital first. Bank, which is having a 50 plus or more than that, they have a challenge of legacy processes, legacy people, and how do we compete with these upcoming fintech tech companies, right? So challenges will be there, and these areas to be nurtured. There are other challenges, skill set, right? So I am maybe before 5 years, we were not having that skill. IT security officer. Today we have ethical officer, ethical hackers, right? Or there are additional roles which are buying in around user experience, which was not there. I think banks are adopting and they are looking at rather challenge. Yeah, these are all the opportunities where we need to really work upon. I think a lot of technologies are coming in to surpass these challenges. A lot of innovative business models are coming in, like fintechs are coming in to bring a lot of customers in one go. And a lot of other things are coming in, like apart from technology and internal roles are changing. People are adding more role like data officers or digital officers or innovation officer, which was not there. For example, if you say how do we innovate while I run my IT, so they have created another role or unit. Or how do I adopt big data or AI? So there are additional units are coming up. There are challenges certainly, but we have always some answers or some way out.
See, the other question that I had was, see, now we are all talking about digital journeys where we are saying, customers are moving digital, the whole organization is moving digital. Then what do salespeople think their role is? One is, we know that salespeople are going to be there, etc. But what have you seen the reaction of sales teams to things moving forward, where all of us are envisioning a digital, digital journey for the customer? So what do you think is happening with the sales team? What is going on with them, according to from what you see?
Sure. See, tech will continue to be a facilitator, for especially the field sales staff. Maybe if you go back a few years, maybe a decade back, largely the interaction with the field sales and the customer, depending on the brochure and literature. Today we have tech solutions where you can interact with the customers, you can run them through on your product, and with the instant, based on WhatsApp or SMS, you can send the brochure, and customer is also quite comfortable in going through the pre-onboarding journey. So field sales will remain, it will continue to play an important role, especially in service customer facing business. And I foresee tech playing an important role in facilitating them. And it's up to the organization how we leverage technology rather than replacing the human touch with technology.
I think just to support what Sir said about, so I think sales gonna be there, people gonna be there, but their responsibilities are getting additional or getting elevated with the help of these tech platforms. Like earlier, we used to go with the brochure paper, right, and stand there and talk about this product, but it was quite a lot of manual efforts. So what is happening? So other auxiliary technologies and those products are already making the life easy for us salespeople. There are a lot of digital ads which comes for a particular brand or a particular bank. It makes easy for that customer to adopt any of those banking products. Moreover, those CRM tools or some of those app-based or mobile-based apps are now giving all the GAN of your bank or all the products available on the fly. Moreover, you can simulate the experience, right? So if I'm going for a loan, how long it will take, how much interest it will bear for 15, 20. So I think these tech platforms are coming and helping the life of a sales people.
here all the challenges will be how do we really measure the performance of sale, right? So while we used to see how many customers he has brought in and how many customers converted as actual customers and how many customers are still there. So I think again technology play a major role to create a kind of some gamification among these sales guys, right? They are on the field and who is really performing well, and maybe I can help them. Yes, if you have to perform well, you have to behave like this another player or another sales guy. There, it's a earlier it was a manual. People used to direct. Why are you not doing like that guy? It was all manual notifications or manual nudge. Now it will be more and more incentivized as an automated nudge based upon what data they are bringing, how much he has done in the past 1 month. So that example will be an example for other 5 guys. If you behave like this on the system, you will be able to reach there. At the same time, these guys has another additional result areas. So I think technology is playing major role. A lot of new platforms are coming with these kind of additional features.
I like what the way you put it, where you said the responsibility is gone up on them. Because I think they have a lot more things that they can use to drive what they were doing, and I think the onus now becomes on them to say, hey, there are a lot of.
It's like a continuous performance measurement can happen on these tools.
So that makes a lot of difference. So that has anything changed with the customers? For example, we spoke about salespeople going and kind of still having these conversations, but how do you see, for example, your customers taking to things opening up?
See, it depends on the business you are in. If I have to give some references, maybe a no-frill savings bank account or a small ticket personal loan, where the end-to-end, right from onboarding and dispersal and post-dispersal service can happen digitally, and customers are okay with that. However, when we move up ahead in the value chain, maybe a large ticket loan or a home loan, where customer, however technology you bring in, even if you make all the information available on the web or a mobile app, still customers prefer to have a face-to-face. So in fact, my take is it depends on the product. So we'll continue to leverage digital for small ticket, instant personal loan or a small no-frill savings bank. For large ticket size, we will leverage technology and we will have a field sales face-to-face.
And moreover, it all depends upon in which area we operate. Are we operating in a village or a tier 2 or a city like Mumbai and so forth? And how much educated is customer already? That some customer already knows what product they have to buy because they keep hearing from, because I think it was a era 20 years before we had to go and tell there is a product with fixed deposit and within that this much interest, right? Today, a lot of marketplaces are available which will tell you which is the better rate of savings or loan or FDs and wealth and mutual funds and so on and so forth. So now it all depends upon what type of customer you are serving, what type of generation you are serving. Maybe after 5 years, I'm not sure how we will, what is that we will do with the sales force which we have, right? Because it will be all automated. Right, people will have that kind of a privacy or a data privacy, personal privacy. They would not like have somebody to call you unless they say, yeah, I will open up my phone window for only 2 hours. Then people can call me. That kind of automation certainly will come on the customer side because those are the next level customers. So I think it's a time. These are the tools will come into our life. So it's gonna be a beautiful, rather very tough journey for a sales guys. Rather, it's all available for a customer to adopt or choose any of those products from banks or companies or insurances.
Just to add upon, from an ecosystem point of view, even before pandemic, there are adequate digital capabilities available. For example, the Aadhaar India stack, lending business, you can pull the banking information digitally, process, throw out the output digitally, even the GST, all the APIs are in place. It just post-pandemic, all the companies in this space have adopted this and the usage has gone up. Otherwise, the ecosystem today largely facilitated to carry out the business digitally end-to-end.
Is it fair to say that outside of the digital and tech teams, the rest of the business realized that these existed in life but still carry on these technological innovations that are already there?
Maybe it's a post phenomenon after the pandemic.
So I think this was a nice chat that we just wanted to have around how digital transformation and transpired. So I think we're running out of time, so we'll just have time for 2 questions. So in case anyone in the audience, has any specific questions for panelists, you can kind of throw them. So of course, we also have an opportunity to interact offline with all of us. But in case if you have any specific questions for the panelists here, we'd be open to taking them. How much do you think going vertical? Going vernacular would help. The question was, how much do you think going in the vernacular direction, vernacular language direction is going to help the financial service business?
It is already going, right? So the best practice these days, we have seen any bank come up with an app within and outside. It always has that extra angle, right? Apart from Hindi or English, there are other languages that are coming in. Moreover, not on the app, even contact center, right? So from where he's calling, so automatically that language or that particular contact center agent will be in that different language will answer. And now it is going on to the automated way. What does it mean? That before handholding that call to the actual human, there are softwares or there are technologies which will take you to that particular vernacular. A lot of maturity has happened in the last couple of years, and we see, I know some of the tools, we cannot really imagine that who is really speaking on the other side. I think it's all about the customer personalization. While he's onboarded and while onboarding, he chooses, says, I would like to have a response only in this language. It's all about that bank and organization. How do they want to create what greater level of personalization they want to do on all the channels? Today, some of the platforms are already available in English. For example, WhatsApp doesn't have a other interface, right? Although within that you can always talk. So I think it's one of the user experience angle apart from many other things. So vernacular has to be there. It depends upon the kind of a stack they have built within or how much partnership they are building. Some of those tools are available. That's how it works. But certainly in Indian context, we have a variety. A different set of customers are there, and to support that within an organization, there are different set of units within the contact center. You see, different language experts are there. Moreover, while we onboard anything on a website or mobile apps, internet banking, we make sure that based upon geolocation, that particular context is available.
Why I asked because when I went through the various banking websites, I saw that they are available in English or mostly in one or couple of languages, not more than that. That was my question basically, why they are not going in the complete vernacular.
That's what it depends upon journey. For example, TCB Bank, mobile banking have in 8 languages, right? That's how we look at it. You look at YONO, look at Paytms, look at SBI, right? Every bank has its own journey and importance towards their customer, and primarily every bank has understood this is the one important area which needs to be taken care. So it's a journey. It will not happen immediately, right? So for every bank, but most of the bank will see how it happened. Now another angle to your question. Another angle to your question, like in 3 years, while I am operating on my mobile banking or internet banking and any of the channels, my services will go out of my banking, right? It will be on some fintech platform or some kind of a Google Pay or Phone Pay, and I don't know, anybody can start those marketplaces because we don't have that kind of a regulation today. So I think there also we should have that kind of a support, right? So it's happening, right? So whoever brings on that, but at the same time, your customer is also so intelligent. They are not ruled only with the local language. They are also learning, and it's not. It's what at least Indian context. They are also learning, and they have started adopting WhatsApp out of nothing, no user manual, right? It's all about what technology is coming in to us and how intuitive user experience is there on those form factors. Tomorrow's form factors are going to be without devices. How do we take care of that? Invisible form factors, augmented reality, or metaverse, right? So there it will be, those avatars will be talking to the local languages. There again, play of our technology. So it's a journey, right? You want to catch hold first, taking risk, doing research. That's how it works.
Thanks. Anybody else? Okay, so with this, thanks a lot, folks. Appreciate your time, and it was great talking to both of you.
Thanks, Arun. Thanks, Prasanna. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to our dignitaries. Can we please put our hands together for our esteemed speakers, everybody? May I now invite Mr. Joydeep Gupta, Business Head APSCA, to please present a memento as a token of appreciation. First to Mr. Arun Subramaniam, Co-founder and Chief Business Officer, SharpCell. So if you could just come to the center of the stage. Can we please put our hands together, everyone? Next to Mr. Prasanna Lohar, Vice President Technology, Digital Innovation and Architecture, DCB Bank. We would also like to thank Mr. Bala Chandar P, Business Head Digital Acquisition and Head Digital Transformation, Ambit Finvest Private Limited. Now can we please have a group photo? So. Thank you so much for that wonderful session, everyone. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next technology presentation. The topic for this session is digital lending, present versus future. This session is by ScoreMe Solutions Private Limited. ScoreMe is an innovative analytics software company in the fintech space. Their deep-rooted expertise in the domain and the passion for delivering hassle-free, delightful customer experience help them to design innovative products which are backed by big data and complex mathematical algorithms. Our speaker for the session is Mr. Praveen Khanna, Vice President, Alliances ScoreMe Solutions Private Limited. Mr. Praveen Khanna is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. Praveen has a rich BFSI and technology experience of more than 20 years. In his earlier role at a London-based financial services firm, IHS Markit, Praveen worked in the area of new age banking platforms for global investment banks and buy-side institutions, and saw the journey from paper-based contracts in over-the-counter derivatives and syndicated lending to digital models. Through his career at IHS Markit, Praveen has involved in setting up new verticals in India and establishing alliances within the financial services industry in India. He now heads alliances at a fintech in the area of digital lending and credit analytics, ScoreMe Solutions. Can we please put our hands together and welcome Mr. Praveen Khanna up on stage, everyone? Come on, I think we can do a better job.
Okay, that sounds good. Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity for sharing my views on digital banking, past, present, and future. My name is Praveen Khanna, and I'm here on behalf of ScoreMe and Resurgent India. Now, before I actually share what's there with digital banking in the present and what's happening in the future, I thought I'll give you a quick sneak peek on what happened in the past through a personal experience. So this is an experience that I went through in the year 2002. This was the first time when I had applied for a home loan. And there were three broad challenges that I faced. The first challenge was there was no digital platform to disseminate information on loan process and to offer me competitive interest rates from different lenders. So there was no way I could compare across institutions. The process, of course, was manual, it was paper-driven, it was intensive, and there was substantial back and forth between me and the bank. And finally, the lack of communication and the amount of time that it took for me to take that home loan. It took almost more than 60 days for the loan to get processed. And right until the last day, I was not aware if I would be getting the loan check. So I go to the home registration office. My property has been registered, and I'm still searching for the bank chap who is coming on a cycle carrying the check. And I'm quite literally trying to find it. So it was a huge challenge that time, and a very paper-driven intensive model. Now, if we move towards the future, the story has changed completely. Those times have changed remarkably with the advent of fintechs and the partnership between fintechs and banks and NBFCs. Digital banking and fintech is now quite clearly omnipresent, right from wealth management to insurance, to payments, to RegTech, and quite literally digital lending. That is really taking shape. So one estimate is suggesting that the Indian fintech market is expected to rise from 2.3 lakh crores to almost 8.35 lakh crores by 2026. So clocking an compounded annual growth rate of almost 24.5%. That's the kind of market size that we're seeing on the Indian fintech domain. So we're quite literally living in this digital age. In my view, there have been 3 phases of financial inclusion in India. The first phase was from 2014 to 2016. That's the time when the Jan Dhan accounts and the payment wallets took off. The second phase was from 2017 to 2021. That was really driven by the advent of UPI. I was reading the latest payment statistics on UPI released recently by the MeitY ministry. And the UPI payments now are at almost 7,400 crores, clocking 100% growth rate over the last couple of years. So that's the kind of substantial growth that you've seen. So what I'm witnessing now is this decade will be about digital lending. And this will be led by neobanks. This will be led by fintechs. This will be led by partnerships between fintechs and banks, and the new model that's emerging on the digital banking space. There are 2 big themes that are taking shape. Those themes are the account aggregator model, and then there is the open model, the open credit enablement network, which will drive this growth of financial inclusion in India. Of course, it's still a long way off. Only 2% of the outstanding credit in India and lending is still happening through digital means. There is still a substantial gap on MSME credit. That's a big gap that this country still needs to fill. The good news, of course, is that India has the largest number of fintechs after China and US, and the highest adoption rate in terms of fintechs, nearly at 87% as compared to 64% globally. So there's a huge opportunity lying out there for fintechs in India. The other big theme is the mindset of the regulators. That is leading to a big change on the fintech landscape in India. There's huge movement by government towards financial inclusion and digitization, and a positive collaboration between governments and fintechs with the opening up of APIs. So today you have APIs for GSTR, you have APIs for ITR, for MCA. All those have been opened up, making banking and digital lending much more inclusive. And so the government has also recently come out with this model of setting up 75 digital banking units in 75 districts. So the theme going forward is very positive from the government standpoint. Now, if I look at India, the one unique phenomena that you witness from an India standpoint is the phygital approach. So banks acquiring customers digitally and then servicing customers physically. At the same time, the reverse is also going to be true in India, acquiring physically and then servicing the customers digitally. That is going to be the theme from an India standpoint. Therefore, digitization will help alleviate costs around acquisition of customers, on credit underwriting, and finally monitoring and collections. Those are the themes that will drive financial inclusion in India. So several new models have emerged. One interesting model, for example, has been BNPL. It cuts across both SME and retail lending. The existing BNPL market today in India is about 3 to 3.5 billion and is expected to grow to about $50 billion by 2026. Research and estimates are suggesting that the number of BNPL users will rise to about 80 to 100 million customers over the next decade, from the 10 to 15 million currently. There are more than now 500 plus digital lending apps in India. So the theme is extremely positive, and that there's a huge momentum that's going ahead. So this is what the new future in digital lending is. The model is called OCEN. It's called Open Credit Enablement Network. It's got 4 stakeholders: the borrowers on one side, the banks on the other side, the protocol that connects the two, and then you have what's called as the loan service providers. That's the new theme that's going to play. So data, they say, is the new oil, and therefore the loan service providers are essentially non-financial institutions who have maximum information about the customers. So for instance, a loan service provider could be an HR tech firm, it could be a Zomato, it could be a Byju's. So if I'm a Byju's, I have all information about potential students, teachers, what are the kind of loans that students are looking at. And so Byju's can use that alternative data, can partner with a bank or an NBFC and offer loans to students. Zomato, I have information about all my delivery agents. I have information about all the restaurants, which restaurant is doing well, could be looking at expansion projects. Therefore, Zomato will partner with those restaurants, use all that alternative data, work in partnership with a bank or an NBFC, perhaps set up an NBFC of its own, and become this digital lending huge experience, providing huge experience to the customers. So essentially the model is moving away from where we had banks and direct service agents to a model where the loan service applications are becoming agents of the borrowers. That's the new model that we are seeing in the Indian market. So the idea is the model will be cash flow based, it will be B2B, it will be a digital model, and with the ability to lend, monitor, and collect seamlessly. That's going to be the story going forward. So I think we've all seen these kind of numbers. The biggest challenge in my view is the access of credits to SMEs. SMEs contribute about 30% to India's GDP. They are employing about 90% of the workforce in India. And yet the average ticket size of a loan to an SME is only 4 lakhs. In fact, for a micro enterprise, it's only 2 lakhs. So in fact, if you look at India's debt to GDP ratio, it's at 55% versus an emerging market ratio of 135%. And for China, it's even much higher at 170%. So there is huge potential for growth in enabling access to credit. And the only way that's possible is through digital means. So that partnership between fintechs and digital lenders and banks and NBFCs, that's going to be a very, very cohesive partnership going forward. And that's what's going to drive this growth in debt to GDP ratio for India. So just to give you a quick overview of what we do as an entity, we as ScoreMe are essentially parented by a tier 1 merchant investment bank. The bank's name is Resurgent India, and they've been in the debt syndication business for the last 15 odd years. So they've parented ScoreMe since 2017. We are recognized by Startup India, and we essentially provide credit analytics and automation. So the way we do it is we've got solutions and APIs for credit analytics via our offerings around bank statement analysis, GST analysis, ITR analysis, financial statements. We also do legal data analysis. And then we can combine this information and generate a CAM right under 30 minutes, helping more than 200 financial institutions make lending decisions. To give you an example, for instance, an SME approaches a bank for credit. Our APIs will help determine credit eligibility by doing analysis across bank statements. They will combine it with information from GST. They will also combine information from MCA analysis. This makes the job of the underwriting seamless, and our APIs can then combine with the rule engines at financial institutions to generate an in-principle loan approval in under 30 minutes. So that's the objective that we work with. We've also recently implemented some very interesting offerings. One of our offerings is called SIMPAN. It stands for Simplified Analysis of MSMEs using PAN. So what we basically do here is, basis the consent or the non-consent, we do analysis around income tax returns, GST analysis, EPFO analysis, MCA analysis for potential borrowers. We essentially build a financial, legal, management, and business risk model. And this can then be used for auto-renewal of loans, for enhancing the lending limits. All of those scenarios can play in basis this offering. And finally, what we're now doing is we're moving away from an API-driven approach to an end-to-end digital lending approach. That's the end goal and the objective for us. So our APIs work at the back end, and then we've got an end-to-end digital lending solution at the end. So our idea, essentially, to summarize, is to fuse human intelligence and our banking experience into digital machine learning models. Our idea is to help reduce risk, increase operational efficiency, and enhance transparency in lending decisions. We are truly excited to be partners in digital journeys with banks, NBFCs, and financial institutions, and really help accomplish the goal of financial inclusion and make India a $5 trillion economy. I was speaking to an ex-colleague of mine in US, and they were having challenges in convincing banks and financial institutions in adopting digital means. And my ex-colleague, who's based in the US, was of the view that India could actually lead the way. India has already led the way with Aadhaar-based identity. India has led the way through UPI. So clearly, this decade, in my view, will be about digital lending. And we'd love to be partners in that journey with banks and NBFCs. That's what I had for today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khanna, for that wonderful presentation. Can we please once again put our hands together for him? And now, may I request Dr. Ravi Gupta, our founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, to please come up on stage and present a memento as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the final panel discussion for the day. The topic for this session is Digital Revolution in Financial Space, Predicting the Future of Technology-Enabled Digital Services in NBFCs. So now, I want the energy back, all right? So I'm going to ask you a question and you have to always give me a loud resounding answer. Are you ready for me to invite our panelists up on stage? I can only hear yes here. Come on, this is the final panel discussion of the day. Are you ready for the next session? Yes. That is more like it. So now, may I please invite our moderator, Mr. Suresh A. Shan, Head Innovations and Future Technology, BFSI expert. Welcome, sir. Next, may I invite our panelists, Mr. Umesh Rivankar, CEO and MD, Sri Ram Transport Finance Cooperative Limited. Welcome, sir. May I also invite Mr. Prabhakar Bodhe, Chief Executive Officer, Sustainable Agro-Commercial Finance Limited. May I invite Mr. Kalpesh Dave, Head of Corporate Strategic and Planning, Star Housing Finance. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Dhruv Verma, Founder and CEO of Thrive. And finally, may I invite Mr. Ashish Agarwal, Director, Research India Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's give a loud resounding welcome to all of our esteemed panelists. Now over to you, Mr. Suresh.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. So, from the day fully, you are talking about how the technology is playing a major role in finance, especially NBFC. At least we thought we will end up with how the management, senior management feels about technology or feels about digital transformation, which is happening across the country, how it is important that the technology plays a major role. And again, post-COVID, we are looking for as much as in rural India, the kind of expectations set part of business and the customer expectations, using technology, leveraging technology, and trying to use as much as the kind of expectations set part of both internal and external users. And surely the expectation set for us is for half an hour, but based on your interest, we will try to keep it sweet and small, and trying to express as much as from the diversified organizations, how they felt and how the requirement played part of their companies and the customers expected in terms of maintaining the culture and the value system part of the deliverables in terms of finance, empowering values in rural India. Sir, in your company, how you feel the business expectations set part of the digital transformation and how you leveraged the technology part of it in your company?
Thank you. First of all, let us understand one thing. India, the way people imagine, because they suddenly see 140 crores population, and China also has 140 crore population. The kind of success or growth China had over a very short period in digital transformations, similarly, people do expect in India. That's how the calculations are made, that's how scale is built, that's how everybody feels it should be done. But let us, one thing about India is multicultural, multi-linguistic, and having a big wide gap between urban and rural. They call India and Bharat. All those things makes it very difficult to have a similar scale that of China. China has one language and they have one particular way of dealing or educating, or so it becomes extremely simple and hugely scalable. So India is not so, therefore there are the challenges. And the challenges, last 5-6 years, there is significant change. In fact, I was definitely rooting for Aadhaar-based scale-up in inclusion, financial inclusion of our customers. But what has really hastened is first is demonetization. That really hastened. People realized that it is much easier to shift to digital rather than having currency, especially at the small ticket level. And the second is definitely during the COVID. So these two are largely influenced and progressed India towards the digital mode much faster. In fact, I remember even a vegetable vendor or grocery shop, everybody were showing the QR code, not willing to take a cash. That kind of a situation had arisen. And that is a really wonderful change, I should say, was forced on us, nature forced on us. but it did really change. So everybody understands the advantage of digital mode, but even today, I think still around 70% of the people need assistance to deal with digital transaction. See, that is where the risk lies. When there is assistance from somebody else for making a digital transaction, it can be misused, or there is a huge risk. That is something which every one of us in the industry need to understand. Not to really force and push customers towards digital, rather than trying to build that kind of education, knowledge, and safety factor into our business model and educating the customers. This is something which I feel is necessary before really getting into total digital kind of a situation. So in our company, we are doing a lot of education part of it to the customers, so that they are not at a risk of losing their hard-earned money. Because ultimately, for the people who are in the bottom of the pyramid, for them, whatever is the small savings or small earnings, that is the bread and butter of their day, and we cannot be misused. So that's my understanding of the digital journey of the NBFC as of now. Maybe others have a different story to tell. Thank you.
Yeah. Great insight, sir. You started with the way that your customers, both internal and external, has something to do with India and Bharat, and try to build as much as we deal with people like drivers and the kind of expectations set part of the transportation finance world. And said it's not just a technology, it should be simple to use, and try to create awareness as much as so that the digital transformation reaches to all customers, especially in the rural and urban India. So now moving to agro-commercial finance, Mr. Prabhakar, you know very well, especially when it comes to agri, in India, e-business is less to do with electronics and more to do with emotions. And we know very well agri customers are so emotional and trying to connect and trying to build as much as part of the digital transformation. So how your business, your organization is focusing, trying to take agriculture, agri-finance, having the digital transformation post-COVID.
Thank you, Suresh. Basically, we are into, as Umesh said, we are working into the Bharat, and still our country has 70% or 65% population in Bharat. No doubt they have learned how to spend money on digitally, online payment, online shopping. But when it comes to the financial institutes and repayment of loans, because before COVID they have availed the loans and they know how to pay the loans. But during COVID, we had challenges that branches could not be opened. So how to deliver the cash? So as we said that yes, there is a assistance required, and when employee assists them, our employees assist them for cash pickup and cash deposit in the bank, there is always risk to the organizations. So we also went for a digitization. We went for a different apps. We use different apps to collect the receipts, hand it over to the customers on the spot, tracking the employees, tracking the customers, confirming with the customer. So, but yes, it is really helpful now. Customers are also getting used to it. Even though if they require help, yes, they take a help of their kids or next generation kids who are that way very tech savvy in rural area, and they are very adaptive also. But going forward, whether all this in rural area, land is always charged with always owned by the senior person in the family, that is not getting transferred. So these next generations are not going for availing loans from the NBFCs and banks. So older generation goes, but they are not tech savvy. So we have to still take them physically. As one of my co-panelists said, we still work in phygital. That means we have to go take a person physically and then do the transaction digital. So that is still happening. And yes, even though we have started loan origination to disbursement and repayment up to everything digitalized, we still require the customers to help on some support. But no doubt there is a long way going, and will at least it take 4 to 5 years to 100% digitalization.
We ensure that the installment gets repaid. We basically provide him a top up and ensure that he becomes regular in terms of his repayment to that particular app. So obviously the security part of it, being cheated, frauds and other aspects are definitely there, which a particular customer, more importantly rural customer who is first or new to a digital space, has to be taken care of. What do we do? I mean, as I said, that we are enablers of credit. So what we are trying to do at Star Housing Finance is that we are providing that kind of technological platform which will obviously enable us to optimize our turnaround time. Okay, rationalize our expenses from the OpEx point of view. So when you are digital in nature, you only need one particular person to source, one person to basically reach out and underwrite, and one person to ensure that the disbursements happen on time. So your entire cost to income dynamics, which needless to say, basically becomes rationalized as the scale builds up over a period of time. Your turnaround time, the turnaround time from login to sanction basically gets real optimized. And that is what is the key in new to credit customer. He probably would either avail a loan from a cooperative bank or a regional or rural bank, but the turnaround time would be so much more that the builder would not be ready to wait for so long. So that's where we as people thought that technology can be a differentiator over here. Okay, and deploying it basically will ensure the optimal TAT gets served. And we are scaling up, over the 36 months, we have basically provided housing finance assistance to more than 2,000 odd families. And in next 5 years, with all the things being good, would be probably, providing housing finance assistance cumulatively to 50,000 odd Indian families. So that is there. But as I said, that technology can be an enabler, but just getting fixated to technology, there are a lot more features which probably a housing finance company or a lender would probably not be requiring it, but still ends up buying it. Okay, so those kind of features which are not useful for me, that is something which I have to take care of, from the balance sheet perspective. Obviously, just to what Suresh said, that's what is called productive housing. So productive housing is going real huge in rural India. In my native place itself, the ground floor is basically a workshop or a tailor shop or a papad making unit or whatever you may call, and the additional finance that is required is to basically create one more mala, as we say in the rural parlance. So obviously there is a huge market out there. More importantly, the reverse migrated population. The reverse migrated population, those who have gone from urban landscape to city, and out of that more than 50% are not coming back. Those basically form my major customer segment as well. So obviously we are catering to them. How we are trying to capture the attributes related to is obviously using face attributes or face recognition software, e-KYC validation, digital signature validation, income KYC being sourced from a particular bank. That particular API is under there. We also use RPA to a very limited extent, but nevertheless we are using it in our centralized office as well to ensure that right credit decisioning happens at the right point in time, providing the right amount of credit to the end user. So that is what I'm trying to do, Suresh. Just to
great insights. Since you mentioned rural customers is not so easy to address or handle them, and the way you said they are not taken for granted. Again, they have that the ways of doing things, and the culture and the value system gives our ancestors ways of seeing financial things. So it's very important. And again, you said since it's more to do with the speedy services and TAT, can we take it as like 2 दिन में बदले दिन, within 2 days you'll get this disbursement on his account? That's the way it is seen.
It would be too early to say. I mean, but for a salaried customer, obviously, if all the quantitative aspects are being captured within 3 working days, we give a credit decision.
Which time? 15 days?
Yeah, see, sanction to disbursement is all dependent on a lot of external factors.
So
it's not
to
just
start with
dependent
in
on
rural India, at least disbursement takes 15 days with all kind of expectations. But that still 15 days prevails, where in Mumbai or an urban people can take within 2 days. That's a way, and cooperative people, rural people try to compete with them. But still, the digital has to play a major role and ensure the information, authentic information, so that we can make it faster. That's why now we will move to Mr. Dhruv, where your organization has created enough platform for similar things and ensuring maximum transaction which happens and trying to empower especially NBFC and banks to get more digital and glorify towards making the customer, again the end customer gets more benefit on this. So your take on that, how do you feel the business digital transformation your company recommends for NBFC?
See, for us, one of the key things that we look at is how do we create a unified platform. Most of the banks, NBFCs today run various platforms across a lot of segments. Where we come in, that how can we create a more unified solution where the customer starts interacting on a singular platform and is able to get serviced from that platform itself. At Thrive, we work with a lot of NBFCs, banks across India, Southeast Asia, and Middle East. And our goal is how do I make this customer either come back to the particular bank or the NBFC, how do we help the bank retain this customer, or how do we help this bank or NBFC engage with the customer better? I feel today everybody has customers. You look at any bank, any NBFC, that we talk about millions and millions of customers everybody is having. But how do we engage better? How do we create more depth within the same book is where Thrive comes in. I strongly believe that it is, in about 5 years from now, it will no longer be about only acquiring customers. It will be more about how you are managing your existing clientele. There's no need to, it's like a funnel. You have customers coming in from the top and you have double the customers going down out of the system. That's where Thrive comes in. That's where digitally we are able to plug in that gap and create more value for these organizations and see their customers in a different light. So yeah, that's what we do. And
great. And again, if you see like how for middle and lower level NBFCs still they are empowered in that, or they require some basics of some businesses required some amount of transactions required, then they qualify to utilize your solutions.
Well, today, the mass segment is where we have bring in a lot of focus. We work with a lot of white good companies, along with a lot of NBFCs and banks, as I earlier said. If you talk from a pure number perspective, we from a pure benefits and rewards perspective touch about 35 to 40 million customers in India. And this audience, which probably was never looked at, that this guy will need a benefit to come to me, but it's changing. Today, a 25-year-old says, what else will you give me? He's not keen only on the core offering that everybody is offering. What else will I get is the question which comes in. There's an old Maruti ad which says, "Ki average kitna deti hai," right? Now that's where the young segment, that's where the mass population is getting up and saying, how do I go and get more? That's where we come in. And we strongly feel that over the next 5 years, we will create platforms which will start servicing over 100 million customers from a pure rewards and benefits perspective. I want to touch every fifth customer going into a bank or an NBFC by way of what we do from a platform perspective. So that's where we are.
Indirectly, you're trying to create an IPL within the NBFCs where they have to come and play with.
That's the idea. Nothing big has happened in cricket in IPL. Then why not in the rewards and benefits space?
Great. So keeping digital transformation, when we talk about financial services getting transformed in especially NBFCs, how much it requires regulators and the kind of systems, authentic systems which they try to deploy? What are the digital solutions available to make up them and try to certify and support them so that they can take it forward? Or the digital transformation which requires for such NBFCs, you can support them in implementation and trying to help them, guide them, what exactly can be utilized part of the solutions which is available based on the culture and the organization expectation set part of those NBFCs. Yeah, Mr. Ramesh.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm Ashish Agrawal, I'm the Director in Resurgent India Limited. So we as a firm are into the advisory and consulting side where we are helping banks and BFCs. So we have lot many NBFCs, rating agency, NBFC, those are our clients, with the fintech companies also. So for NBFCs, I think money is the raw material. So money is in the two form, either debt or equity. So we help in both these sides. So as he asked that in the regulation point of view, now the RBI has understood that NBFCs are growing. I think they have become very large also, many NBFCs. So the idea is to regulate on the same level playing field where either bank or the NBFC, they should have the same kind of regulation so that there's not be any surprise. It has happened in the past, like in ILFS or DHFS. So these things should not happen again and again. So regulatory point of view, many things have already been announced or brought in the system by the RBI in the last 1 year or maybe last 6 months, and they are trying to make it at par with the banks. So that is not a, I think that is not a challenge also. On the other side, if I see from the digital point of view or the NBFCs, so there is a new term which has come in the system called co-lending. So anybody is aware what is co-lending? Can anybody give me some kind of idea what is co-lending? Do you have any idea? Okay. So what has happened actually now, you have seen that the credit growth is not there of the banks, and in the last 2-3 years the numbers are not growing. Even if you see the SBI last year balance sheet, their credit growth is negative on the wholesale side. On the retail side, their growth is there to some extent actually. But overall, the numbers are not very attractive actually. So what has happened actually, RBI has thought over that NBFCs are having that capability. So there are three parts of any lending actually. One is pre-sanction, another is the sanction underwriting, and the third part is collection or monitoring. So if you see, the NBFCs are good in the pre-sanction or the underwriting also, the collection also. And the challenges of the bank is that they are having a lot of money, but they are not in a position to deploy this money to the ultimate borrower, actually the retail borrower in the rural areas or in the semi-urban areas, because they have their own set of rules. They have the formal income should be there, income tax return should be there, profitability should be there. There are many things are there actually. So RBI has come out with the new guidelines called co-lending, where the banks and NBFCs will join together, and the NBFC is having the strength of onboarding the customer acquisition. So I think as of today, I think every NBFC is doing onboarding through the digital mode actually. So either through social media or through app, this onboarding is happening. On the servicing, on the underwriting side also, so there are many tools are available where the NBFCs are using, like the analysis of the bank statement, GST returns, the other information. So they are adding with that their underwriting tool, and then they are sanctioning the loan. And third part is collections actually. So still in the NBFC space, we see the 70-80% collection is coming through the I think the online process. But rest, still the people are there who are in the field and they are collecting the money also. So keeping in mind all these advantage of NBFC, the RBI has come out where they have said that banks and NBFC will join together. 80% money will be given by so banks are having a lot of money. They are getting public deposits and all. 80% money will be from the bank, 20% from the NBFC. The NBFC will be the front end for the customer. So if I see the digital thing, in this, there are a lot of digital processes are there which need to be followed actually. So what is happening now, because many people are from the technology side, there is a big opportunity for all of you where the co-lending solutions are required for the banks and NBFC, where both of the banks and NBFCs can come on the single platform and they can do the lending actually. Still, we are talking to many banks, we are talking to many NBFC. There is not a perfect solution with any bank actually. Everybody is looking at a solution through which the entire journey can be done smoothly actually. Where both the lenders should be on the same platform, the bank should do the whatever the EKYC or whatever the process they have to run. NBFC should do the monitoring also, and at the end of the day, the reconciliation should be there. So if you talk to any bank, any NBFC, they are looking this opportunity in a big way. So from digital point of view, if anybody you can find out the solution for the NBFC, the bank, which is a co-lending solution, it will be I think big business for all of you actually. And in the longer run, what I am seeing, the NBFC will be having more co-lending rather than the on-lending of taking money from the bank for on-lending. So from digital point of view, if I see this will be the co-lending will be the game changer, where the banks and NBFC both are coming together. The ultimate borrower will get the advantage of the timely money, because everybody want to get the money at when they need it actually. So timely money at the doorstep and at the reasonable cost. So when the bank and NBFC will join together, the cost will also be reduced. Borrowing cost of the borrower will also be reduced actually to some extent. So this is a, I think, good tool for all the tech companies where they can, I think, do some pilot, or they can work out that what are the areas in co-lending which can be automated, so that it can be a easy or it can be a smooth journey for the borrower, the bank, and the NBFC.
Great insights. Again, you put it in a nutshell to say it's like community cloud, where people, banks, and NBFCs all will come together and try to liberate the services faster. And again, you said it's more positive towards co-lending for NBFCs, since that product and other expectations set part of the business can get aligned. Just to have one question attached to that, to say how much percentage NBFCs are empowered to do digitally co-lending now? Just percentage.
So as of today, I think every bank is trying to be do the co-lending. As of today, I think 60 NBFCs have got tied up with the banks for the co-lending. So I'll say that 50-60 NBFCs are there. Those have tied up, NBFCs, HFCs, MFI, those are tied up with the different banks for co-lending. But still, because of technology, the major challenge is coming. The banks are not in a position to do the co-lending actually. So if we see the amount is very less actually, maybe in the thousands, not in the thousands of, I'll say that maybe 1,000 crore or something like that, not more than that. So there is a need of, I think, a huge money lying there with the banks actually. They want to lend to the ultimate borrower. But the challenge is coming, the technology is not there, so they are not going ahead. I was talking to one bank today morning only. They said they are not having that technology, so they don't want to take any risk on their head actually. Tomorrow something will go wrong, who will be the responsible?
Yeah. Great. Since you mentioned risk and money is lying, so one of our agri finance is more keen to get into
Basically, what is happening is banks are not able to achieve the priority sector lending, and hence they need to have that priority sector lending, and it is monitored every month by RBI and quarterly. So to achieve that, they need some distribution channel. And for NBFCs, best way is the best layer. NBFCs have an easier way to get funds. That is one of the best thing for co-lending.
Great, sir. At least districts and towns level, NBFCs are the arm power, muscle power, which they can get to the customers and try to do. So coming back to you, to have, since Sriram Transport, you know decades of experience in terms of before digital, now digital, physical, and you have both internal and external customers. And yours is very unique. It's not like other finance companies you deal with some customers who are equipped on the technology. So what's your experience in customers, especially both internal and external, especially when it comes to your organization?
See, one thing which probably technology will not solve immediately is the customer journey. Because when customer takes the loan, if he is a businessman, so if somebody is employed where the fixed salary comes, that is a very easy transaction. So anyone can do a transaction with that person because everything gets fixed, and collection also is not a challenge. But when you deal with the customer where the cash flows are not matching, many a times there will be delayed payment or part payment, or his business may need some additional funds, or he also needs some kind of assistance in managing the business, or some kind of a support, advice. This is where I feel the human relationship or human contact or human ability intervention is necessary. So if you compare with the international market and Indian market, in India, around 90% of the people who are employed, who are working, who are earning, they have either self-employment or they're working in individual proprietorship or business. So when that is the situation, when the Europe or US, around 40-50% of the people are in the organized sector. So there is a difference between the way you need to deal with the Indian businessman, especially individual businessman, whom NBFCs are lending. Because NBFCs typically lend to self-employed small businessman and farmers. That's how NBFC focus on. The banks typically focus on corporate or mid-corporate, that kind of a segment, or a salaried class. So there is a difference. So NBFC cannot get on an automated route immediately on a digital platform and expect customer to understand how to respond to us or how we can reach to customer on digital mode. So NBFC will remain a hybrid model for quite a long time till the knowledge or ability to understand the business model and fine-tune your algorithms, or there are so many things coming, IoT, ML, so many things are coming. All those things to start learning and find a solution may take time. So I feel we need to be more customized and try to make the human intervention necessary to make our customer success.
I would just want to add to what Mr. said, that sir, in our lockdown time, what we started was, a Samvad program we started. So it is basically nothing but a walk the talk with the customer. Just hear him out, just understand him what he wants to say. And an automated telephone call will not serve the purpose. His emotions have to run out. Someone has to talk to him. Someone has to interact with him. Be it digitally, be it over a phone call, that is fine. But you need that human intervention in the lending space, specifically for smaller HFC like ours, where the customer segment is predominantly first new to credit. It doesn't know the intricacies of repayment. It's totally a repair program basically that we drive through for the first 12 months of his journey. And that's where I think, sir, that we were able to contain that whatever so-called damage you called due to the COVID-19 pandemic is because of the fact that the Samvad program was there. So it was small group of people. We just taught them how to come on the Zoom call, how to use the Google Meet, how to basically have a video call, and they really understood it very well. And some of them just went their heart out, and we listened to them. These were the ones who basically have reposed the trust in. We have reposed the trust in them, and they have paid it back to us. So rightly, sir, that human intervention is there, and domain cannot be replaced. Is what I wanted to say.
So it's great. At the end of the day, it's more to do with the real world than the real world. The real world, people do have enough in them. And again, people underestimate rural India. Rural India has two propositions. One is people have money, people don't have money. People have money is less than 48%, and people don't have money is above 52%. So we deal maximum with people who don't have money. They can adjust and fit into any of kind of logistics or digital transformation. But when you try to bring in that 42% of the people who are mostly having money and trying to deal with them, that's what the real stake comes part of it. And surely, sir has put very clearly to find it will take some more time, but we will create stake. We will create the value system so that people appreciate and they can try to utilize the system part of it. So again, coming to agree, which you know very well, like how things happening part of the customers. You want to make it crisp, like no, this is what agree will look from financiers, business, where digital should have one to. This is what we look from digital for finance. Is expected from the farmers.
Most of the organizations, like big organizations, they started even starting from app. Finance sector, yes, it is totally digitized, you can say. But what about the support to the farmers? Yes, farmers are getting support digitally, starting from his soil testing, water requirement, and so because we people help them funding through the solar pumps also. So they have started using this nowadays. Farmers, you don't see farmers going during night hour to switch on the more electric motors. For us, they do it on apps, or they do it on the phone or SMS. So that is also very good use of the digitization, and that really helps. So what is missing is yes, marketing linkage is missing. Yes, marketing. They are getting all the data points of daily market rates and everything, but yes, whether they is getting converted into the good rates, it is not in the hands of digital. It is in the hands of politics and in the hands of the local traders. That getting digitized is really challenging. And yes, Modi government started doing something. So they stopped that. So that lobby, unless and until that is controlled, how digitization will help, I don't think I can.
Great insights. Adding to that, people have come out with all-in-one tractors and all, where it has taken care more in terms of digital transformation, which will even give the crop price. That's what absolutely. So a lot more is coming, but it will take some time. When you try to
definition, which was earlier only for 8 to 10 crops, now it is for 70, 100 crops. So that always helps. That helps.
Sure. So we'll where housing side, like, or still you feel anything left out for the customers, both internal and external?
Suresh, I only feel one thing, that it is all about developing or enabling literacy amongst this rural population. Be it digital literacy, more important than digital literacy, that is easily replicable. But something as basic as what is a bank? What does a bank do to you? How would a loan work for you? What is an insurance? How does it safeguard you against different exigencies that may come in your life cycle management? So those small things, I think that education, making a rural customer more financially literate, more financially aware about, sure that the right product is delivered to them. He himself will be able to choose from the host of the products that are being available in the market at whatever rate and at whatever cost, because then at that time he would be able to make an informed decision making. So that's what I feel, that educating the customer, the end user on the rural geography of India is something which is predominantly important for any lender or any service provider for that.
Great insights. Sir, Dhruv, you would want to add anything on the customer side, like 1 or 2 words, like what it is?
I think from our side, customer is the only thing which is continuously changing. I don't remember the customer to be the same 5 years back to what the customer is today. And in about 5 years from now, we will see a very different requirement coming in from the customers. That's where I think the whole concept of technology will also evolve. Today, the way an NBFC works, the way they source a customer, is very different to where we used to do it 10 years back. And if we are not evolving continuously in this journey, people who do that will continuously be ahead. People who don't will start finding it difficult to catch up.
It's a great option is available which people have to opt for it. And
it's an option, but we have to, I think to survive, we will have to take that punt.
Thanks. Ashish, you would want to add one, so in the interest of time, because already I got a warning. Please. Regulatory is important. At the end of the day, without regulatory, we can't do it.
Regulatory, I told that although the RBI is coming out with the regulation where they want to make it at par, but still you see that banks are very large. They are in the systems in last many years actually. They have established processes and everything. But and the NBFCs are lending to the small borrower, informal income. There are many other challenges are there which they are facing. If we will bring all the regulation at par, definitely it will be a problem, because the people who are in the informal system, they are not having the income which is documented and all these things are there. They are not having that habits also where they can be regular in their payments. And RBI is coming out with this, I think, regulation where they are saying that the single day delay is also a delay actually, practically. They want to recognize the NPA on the basis of that whatever the payment is due. If the full payment is coming, then you can make it standard. So I think these things will be very challenging for the small NBFC, because they are lending to the borrower which is not into the formal system. They are not getting income on regular basis also. They are dependent on other things. So I think it should take some more time. The ecosystem is not, I think, ready for that, and the small NBFCs will face this challenge. And I think there might be a spike in the NPH for some time for that, till the time they will not be in a position to meet out all the requirement. So from regulation point of view, many regulations are coming which are not keeping in mind the small NBFC, middle NBFC, and the large NBFC. Although RBI has made the layer also the NBFC which are in 4 category, base layer and middle layer, but still the regulation point of view, I think they are making applicable to all of them actually.
Great, sir. Thanks. In the interest of time, I'll quote with on Mahabharata, where who is the happiest person, where it was quoted 3. I'm saying that 2000 years before, they mentioned very clearly, a person who don't have debts, a person who didn't go out of his native for survival, third, a person who grows his own food. All the 3 we don't do anything. Means everybody bonds with the debt and everybody goes out for the survival. Third, nobody grows for their own food. Even they don't know what food they have. So this is a scenario, but how they said doing the research, if you are more as an entrepreneur and if you have quality education, either 2 can be achieved. So keeping that prospect, having the right prospect on that, try to be in your native, try to create as much value from that side and try to grow your own food and ensure no debts for a long future. That will help us to be a happiest person. Thanks for all your valuable time.
Wise words indeed. Thank you so much to all of our esteemed panelists. May I request our moderator, Mr. Suresh Eshan, Head Innovations and Future Technology BFSI Expert, to please present a memento. First to Mr. Umesh Revankar, CEO and MD, Sri Ram Transport Finance Corporation Limited. Next to Mr. Prabhakar Bhogdev, Chief Executive Officer, Sustainable Agro Commercial Finance Limited. We would also like to thank Mr. Kalpesh Dave, Head of Corporate Strategic and Planning, Star Housing Finance. We would also like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Dhruv Verma, Founder and CEO of Thrive. A big thank you to Mr. Ashish Agarwal. And now to present a memento to Mr. Suresh, may I request Mr. Vinod Kumar, Chief Information Officer, Fino Payments Bank, to please come up on stage. Can we please have a group photo? Sir, please, a group photo. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, the BFSI Leadership Awards 2022 is just one technical presentation away. So please be seated. Don't go anywhere. I promise you it's going to be an eventful evening now that we are almost at the end. Our technology presentation, the topic for this session is Cyber Recovery Solution and Services, Enhanced Business Resilience with Holistic Cyber Recovery, bringing together technology, process and people to form last line of defense for the business. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Zubair Alam, BU Head Enterprise Business, Dell EMC Reddington India Limited, a dynamic professional, and he is well versed with digital transformation enablers like hybrid cloud, hybrid converged infrastructure, hybrid security, operational efficiency, and more. Mr. Zubair is passionate about emerging technologies and shares his ideas and insights on trends related to fintech, blockchain, immersive media, and similar domains. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final presentation for the day, the final speaker for the day. So I want you to really, please, give a very warm welcome to our speaker. Can we all put our hands together? Come on, a huge round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zubair Alam, and I represent Reddington India Limited. For those of you who may not know, Reddington India Limited is a distribution powerhouse for IT infrastructure, hardware, and software solutions and professional services. We have a presence in India and Middle East, across all the countries in Middle East. So yes, so I'm a sales person, and I'm really boggled with all the insights which I received since morning today. So while I'm boggled, I also see a great opportunity to partner with all the institutions, and of course to get in touch with all these great personalities once again on a one-to-one basis. So since it's the technical presentation, I will also invite my colleague Aditya Venkatesh, who heads our technical solutions and services vertical. Aditya, please help me out.
Good evening to all present here.
So these are some stats. I will move quickly on these slides. I'll not bore you with this. So these are some statistics about Reddington, that we have presence across these countries, and the kind of strength we have. We have presence in this business for more than 25 years. So we are a name to be trusted. So any solution provider that you deal with, the hardware, the services, the software, that is powered by us, that is supplied by us through them. And we, of course, we work with many banking institutions and financial institutions, but we work indirectly. Yes, so what is driving change? So as we see it, there is a rise in cyber attacks. Okay, then cyber attacks are targeted individual users also, not just the companies alone. Disaster recovery. There is disaster recovery, there is cyber recovery. This is one topic which we are feeling very passionate about today, and it makes great sense. It makes great sense today. There are issues with the tape backup. Tape backups are still being used by organizations, and they take long recovery time. There are operations overhead and reliability issues also. Now, digital transformation, I can see very clearly, well evident. Digital transformation adoption is growing at a rapid pace, and it's very well evident in this present room. Now, while digital transformation is happening, adoption is happening, all of you are adding a lot of applications, and all of you are, scaling up your platforms. Okay, so that is throwing up some other challenges at the same time. While digital transformation is happening, at the same time there is IT transformation also happening. Okay, most of the systems convergence is happening, and very basic but very important, desktop and laptop backup. Okay, all of us realize this in the last 2 years how important it is. I need not elaborate more on this. And yes, there are compliance regulations which need to be met while you go digital. Now, a few words on our alliance with Dell EMC. We are the largest distributor for Dell in India and in a few other countries outside India also. And we have a partnership with Dell which runs into more than a decade. And we are not only a distribution partner for Dell, we are also a co-delivery partner for Dell. What does this mean? That we not only deliver products, we also possess the capabilities to do the deployment for this infrastructure. Now, I'm sure most of you will be familiar with this. Every 11 seconds, there is a cyber attack happening. And who is the most affected? We all know the answer. So the answer is here in this slide. You can see banking is at the top. Banking is the most effective. So from here, I would ask Aditya to take over and walk you through the technical part of the presentation.
Sure. So basically, when you talk about the data protection, the cyber recovery solution that Dell has. So this is what is the journey that had been done. So we started with the first isolated recovery. Then we introduced the cyber recovery, the Power Protect cyber recovery solution. This is the first solution which comes with sheltered harbor. That is the norm for cyber recovery that we have termed with. It is the first sheltered harbor solution with the Power Protect cyber recovery solution that we have integrated with. We introduced in 2021 this Power Protect cyber recovery solution for the public cloud. As you can see, we introduced it with AWS in 2021. Going forward in 2022, that is a recent release, we have introduced the cyber recovery solution for the Azure workload as well. Just going ahead, so we heard, so this is the cyber recovery workflow that is there. Let us understand how the architecture looks like. We have been, from morning, we have been working, we have seen a lot of technology changes that have happened. We have seen the importance of data. So each and every seen the importance of data. We call data being the new oil. The importance of data has increased. The basically what I can tell you, the importance, the security of data is increased. So we need to have a secure solution so that we can safeguard this data. That is how the architecture of cyber recovery looks like over here. So if you see from an architectural standpoint, this is how the cyber recovery solution looks like. So when I'm going a bit technical, so basically when you see your own data centers, so you must be having a data center consisting of physical servers, virtualized environment, new age technologies like containerization or Kubernetes to be more precise. So that is where the backup solution also comes into picture. So we keep a copy onto the main location. What we do, only selected data. I suppose every data is not very important. So selected data is very important. We put that particular selected data into something called as a cyber vault. Cyber vault is a secure vault near to your production. Secure. Our technology, what does it do? It will log the data, it will analyze the data, and it will give you a surety that your data is secure. We run something called as CyberSense. CyberSense is basically an analytics tool where your entire data is analyzed. We maintain a database of all the ransomware attacks that have happened. So we eliminate the ransomware attacks over here. This is how the architecture on a very short note looks like. So we sync the data, we copy the data, we log the data, we analyze the data, and we recover a proper data to you. This is how the architecture looks like. I take a pause if anybody has any questions on this, because this being a bit technical. Anybody, anything would like to ask? Anybody, the mics can also be given to you. Any question, any random question will also do. I suppose you have understood that technology to be more precise. I'll just take it ahead, no issues. I'll just take it ahead. So when you talk, so that is what is the cyber resiliency services to be more precise. So in case of Dell, we give you a proper application continuity from a data backup perspective, a data continuity perspective. We give you a proper data protection on your production side as well as we give you a proper cyber recovery vault where you can have the selected data secured so that that data is not tampered with. This is how we strategize, implement, adopt, and scale the technology. That is how we make the people, process, and technology simpler. Thank you very much. I wanted to keep it very short. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that amazing presentation. Now I would request Mr. Suresh Eshan, Head Innovations and Future Technology BFSI Expert, to please come up on stage and present a memento. First to Mr. Zubair Alam, BU Head Enterprise Business, Dell EMC Reddington India Limited. And then to Mr. Aditya Venkatesh, Senior Manager Consulting, Reddington. Thank you so much. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had quite an interesting, fruitful day. I know we're sitting here since 10 in the morning, I believe. And before I start the event, because this is the main show, right? It's the awards, it's the felicitation. This is what all of us have been waiting for. I want the energy to be sky high. And you know, this is what we are going to do. Oh, you're looking at the ceiling, that's fine. What we are going to do is we are going to do something that's called the Mexican wave, all right? What's going to happen is the first row is going to stand up, raise both your hands and say, "We are the winners." And then you're going to sit down. And the second row is going to stand up, raise your hand and say, "We are the winners." And the same thing, as soon as you sit down, does the third row and then the fourth row, and then we'll have a reverse wave. This is what I call a Mexican wave. You know, you see that in stadiums, in football stadiums. Let's try to create the energy here. Are we ready? Are we ready? My God, we are not ready here. Come on, everyone. I said, are we ready? Let's hear it. There's only one person who's ready. What happened to everyone else? We had our lunch, right? We had a tea time break. Let's start it. Come on, first row. Everyone stand up. We are the winners. You have to stand up and raise your hand. Don't be embarrassed. Don't be shy. We are the winners. Fantastic. Sit down quickly. Next row. We are the winners. Absolutely. Sit down. Next row. We are the winners. Some people are confused winners, but that's okay. Next row. That is more like it. I like that energy right there. And then the final row. We are the winners. Truly, all of you here present are the winners. Please clap for yourselves. Firstly, for being so gracious, for giving us your time, and of course for bearing with me and my silly games that I've been trying to play throughout the day. Thank you so much. And now it is time to officially kickstart the awards.
So before we start this award session, let me welcome our chief guest of this award session on the stage, Mr. Rajiv Vaishnav, who is the managing partner of Cornerstone Venture Partners Fund. And he was earlier the head of partnership for Gen Next Ventures of Reliance Industries Limited. And he was earlier co-founder of TAI Mumbai, and he is the ex-vice president of NASCO. Those who are in the IT industry are aware of how much important role Rajiv Vaishnav ji has played in creating and building up this IT industry, which is the biggest IT industry in the world, NASSCOM, and Rajiv was instrumental in working with the core team to create NASSCOM from its very nascent stage. And now he is an investor. And let's welcome Rajiv on the stage with a huge round of applause. So, Rajiv ji, thanks for making it to this important event at a very short invite. Rajiv ji is my close friend, guide. Whenever I need advice, I always bring up to him. And he is investing in several sectors, including fintech, and his vast experience both in the IT sector and also in the investment sector, I think it will be a valuable thing for all attendees, all of us. So actually, before we just start the awards, I will request him to briefly deliver an address for around 10 minutes to inspire us and to encourage all of us. Rajiv ji, aaiye.
This was unexpected. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. फिर उम्मीदों की रात आई है, फिर उम्मीदों की रात आई है, चांद तारों को साथ लाई है। रवि जी आपकी चाहत का असर देखो, हम सबको इस महफिल में खींच लाएंगे। Thank you very much for this amazing opportunity, and I think the discussion, and I could hear the last panel, but it was, I mean, I could sense that some very important subjects have been discussed during the day. And VC, I mean, I'm a part of a VC industry now. We invest in various startups in the enterprise SaaS space. And therefore, I see the excitement, and particularly in the digital space, we talk about digital transformation. And as Raviji said that, yes, from TIE, the inception of TIE, that was in 1999. And prior to that, NASSCOM, the revolution that happened. The best part in India, and I could sense when we were talking about the rural consumer base and things like that. The best part in India is that we are capable of jumping a generation of technology. So by the time the landline started proliferating, we got into the mobiles. By the time the younger generation in the metros, before owning the car, they started thinking and finding alternate ways of transportation. The traditional retail, before the traditional retail could change over to modern organized retail, we jumped onto e-commerce. And of course, in the payment segment also, before even the credit card and people start getting confidence of swiping a credit card online, we are moving on to the digital payment. So I think that's the power of consumer in India. And with the kind of, and the, you know, the initial adopters of technology were banks, railways, of course, it started with railway reservation. But banks were early adopters. And that is where at NASSCOM also, when we were felicitating the technology adopters, banks were the prominent receivers of those acknowledgements. So I think we have great opportunity here. And with these kind of interactions, it's an important think tank that we kind of virtually build. And then the network that we establish here will benefit us as we kind of move. I mean, when even after such events get over, we are still connected, thankfully, through technology again. So thank you very much for inviting and for this honor. And I was always looking forward to have this kind of an interaction. So Raviji, thank you very much, and over to the team here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, this year has brought the absolute need for digitization across all industries, especially in BFSI sector. Technology adoption in BFSI industry have been risen the occasion and transformed the industry. As a recognition of this transformation, it gives us great pleasure to host the Elets BFSI Leadership Awards 2022. BFSI Leadership Awards highlights, honors and celebrates exemplary achievements of top technology experts from Indian BFSI sector who have demonstrated out-of-the-box initiatives in the field of technology transformation and leadership. The unique opportunity will allow you to magnify your brand's presence amongst the top experts from Indian banking, financial and insurance sector. So once again, to do the honors, may I first invite Mr. Rajiv Vaishnav, Managing Partner, Cornerstone Venture Partners Fund, back again. And of course, Dr. Ravi Gupta, Founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia and Editor-in-Chief, the Banking and Finance Post. And may I also invite Mr. Amit Mahadik, Director Pre-Sales, BMC Software. All right, now without further ado, we move on to our awards. Our first award of the evening goes to Amit Malik, MD and CEO, Aviva India Life Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to hoot, whistle, cheer, make some noise. Come on, let's be loud. So could you please say a few words? Do me so, could you please say a few words? Can I get a mic, please?
I request Mr. Amit Malik to speak a few words. We heard him in the morning, but his leadership is exemplary and it's an honor to have him here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the award. I think, first of all, I'm very humbled and honored to be here and to receive this from the three of you. Thank you. I think this award is for the team. It's not for me, like I was sharing in the morning when we were having the discussion. I think all the achievements that we have done for the team, so this is for the team and for Aviva India. Can I have a round of applause for them, please? Thank you. I think, like I was saying in the morning, I represent an insurance company and we have our purpose which says with you today for a better tomorrow. The only thing that I will say is if you don't have insurance, go and evaluate having an insurance. Doesn't matter what insurance company you buy from, buy insurance, that's essential, right? That's the first thing. And the second is, I think, in this whole world of people who've been here in technology and cybersecurity and all that I've heard, I think I'm an outlier, but thank you once again.
Thank you, Amitji. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and many congratulations. Our next award goes to Sunil Kumar KN, Chief Compliance Officer, Federal Bank.
Thank you very much for this honor, and it is really great recognition for the last 2-3 years, what we have done in the industry from my banking side, from the federal bank. I don't want to speak more on this occasion because morning you heard about me for nearly 25 minutes to half an hour. So I don't want to again just bore you with the words. Thank you very much. I am very much really humbled for this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Many congratulations. Our next award goes to Priya Deshmukh Gilbile, Chief Operating Officer, Manipal Signa Health Insurance.
In one line, major achievement of last 2 years as an organization.
First and foremost, thank you, Elets. Thank you, Raviji, and the august audience here. One line, basically, we brought our purpose to life during COVID by standing there for our consumers, our employees, and the society, the entire India. So that's what blazes our heart. And it's very heartwarming that our purpose is aligned to the larger good of the citizens of India, is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Many congratulations. And thank you, Mr. Mahadik, for joining us. Thank you so much. Joining us now to give the next set of awards is Mr. Siddhartha Pandey, Country Lead for Lead for Digital Services and Operations Management, BMC Software. Welcome, sir. Our next winner is Abhijit Bhattacharjee, Chief Information Officer, Utkarsh Small Finance Bank. Mr. Abhijit, is he here? I guess he's not here. All right, then I'll move on to our next winner, and he is Bala Chendal P, Business Head, Digital Acquisition, Ambit Finvest Private Limited.
आपसे major achievement in terms of the digital acquisition which you handled last 2 years of COVID. Explain it.
So we are in lending business. Ambit is in lending business, and during COVID we realized that digital acquisition is very important, and therefore we have taken a lot of investment and efforts to develop software where we can do lending within 5 minutes to a businessman. Till now, people were lending only to salaried, but now businessmen are also started getting money in 5 minutes in any part of the country without too much of paperwork. At least unsecured loans are being now given in no time, real time, without any efforts. Thank you.
Fantastic. Congratulations to you.
And thank you, Mr. Siddhartha, for joining us. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, joining us to give the next awards is Mr. Zubair Alam, BU Head, Enterprise Business, Dell EMC, Reddington, India Limited. Welcome, sir. Our next winner is Mr. Prasanna Lohar, Vice President, Technology, Digital Innovation and Architecture, DCB Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make it loud and proud. Come on, everybody, put your hands together.
Requesting you to say a few words, and especially the digital transformation in last 2 years.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, thank you very much, Elets Technomedia, for bringing this in-person event. And lots of kudos to all the organizer members out here. I keep interacting with them day-to-day basis. I think last year was a very fantastic year for most of the banks, most of the organizations out here in India, outside of India. Digital index or a transformation index has gone multifold, and the leadership roles are also changing here onwards. More of a people engagement, more of a technology adoption happening. We are also part of that journey at the DCB Bank. Look forward to collaborate, innovate with all the ecosystem we have seen outside, and all those partners who has really helped to make everything happen for banks, directly, indirectly for customer expectations. I think it's a challenging role here onwards. Customer behavior is changing. So once again, thank you so much, Elets Technomedia, for awarding all the BFSI leadership out here. On behalf of DCB Bank, it's great and humble to receive this award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Many congratulations. And now our next award goes to Mr. Sumanta Ghosh, Chief Information Officer, Egon Life Insurance. Congratulations, sir. I would request you to please say a few words.
Yeah, I'm really humbled and grateful to Elets. It's been last few years journey has been fantastic. We were into the cloud adoption game heavily from the year 2019. So now we are into like making the decisioning on big data driven and artificial intelligence driven. We are trying to do that. Till now, one-liner for what we are doing is, लग रहा है सफर खूबसूरत है मंजिल से भी. So.
Many congratulations to you, sir. Our next winner is Mr. Rajaram Manyanbi, Head Credit and Risk, Rural Retail and Housing, Adani Capital.
Thank you, Raviji, and thank you, Elets. I think Adani Capital has been there for last almost 5 years. I think I mean, if I have to summarize last 2 years, we have converted challenges into opportunities and opportunities into innovation. I think that's what we've done in the last 3 years. And also, we always consider there is a risk in the business. I think we made risk as itself a business. So I think that's the way digitalization and innovation has helped us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Many congratulations to you, sir.
Risk है तो इश्क है. क्या बात है? Very nice.
Our next winner is Mr. Dominic Vijay Kumar, Vice President, Chief Technology Officer, Art Housing Finance India Limited.
Thanks, Elits and team. I'm honored to get this award. And post-COVID, I think digitization and innovation has taken a major step. And that's a roadmap for the financial industry as well as the BFSI. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations to you, sir. Our next winner is Mr. Vinod Kumar, Chief Information Officer, Pino Payments Bank. Can we please put our hands together? Is he here? I guess he's not here. Thank you so much, Mr. Zubair, for joining us. Thank you for doing the honors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, under the category of Digital Transformation Partner of the Year, our first winner is Guild Quality Kiosk, received by Tanupriya Terrier, Delivery Head Insurance and Test Automation Services, and Amit Hasin, EVP Digital Transformation Services. Can we please put our hands together?
No, I just want to thank all of you. You are part of the digital transformation as we speak, and I want to thank our team of 4,000 digital transformation professionals working globally, and we're very excited for the future. Tanu, you want to add something?
Yeah, thanks everyone. And last few years, we have seen a huge influx of digital changes, which has put a lot of challenges in front of us. And this team has actually tried to serve all these digital needs of the hour. So thank you so much. And looking forward to more changes and more challenges in the coming future. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Our next category is Digital Service Innovator. To give the awards, may I invite Mr. Gaurav Thakkar, VP Strategic Sales, Quality Kiosk, and Mr. Sanjay Patel, AVP Far East Region, Quality Kiosk, to please join us on stage. And the winner in the Digital Service Innovator category is Equitas Small Finance Bank. On behalf of Equitas Small Finance Bank, Mr. Shanmugam Manivanan, National Manager, Digital Channels, Digital Banking, Digital Transformation, Neo Banking. May I request you to please come up on stage? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav and Mr. Sanjay. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, now our next category is Future Digital Leader Award, and our winner is Ambit Finvest Private Limited. On behalf of Ambit Finvest, I would request Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, CEO, to please join us on stage. Many congratulations. Now the next category is Best Data Transformation Solution, And our winner is Credentech Software and Consultancy Private Limited. May I please invite Mr. Praveen Gupta to receive the award? Can we please put our hands together, everyone? Come on. Congratulations. Our next category is Disruptive Innovator Award, and may I once again invite Mr. Gaurav Thakkar, VP Strategic Sales, Quality Kiosk, and Mr. Sanjay Patil, AVP Far East Region Quality Kiosk, to do the honors. I'm making you do a little bit of exercise, I'm sorry. And our Disruptive Innovator Award goes to Vivek Dhawale, Deputy CEO, Equita Small Finance Bank. Can we please put our hands together? Thank you, Mr. Gaurav and Mr. Sanya. Thank you so much. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next category, which is the Data Center Provider of the Year. And our winner is WebWorks. May I please invite Mr. Ali Sheikh?
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, elites, and also the audience. And I would like to introduce myself as Anish Bengali, and I represent WebWorks India Private Limited. I'm the AVP Sales. Okay, now I would just like to share a few achievements of my company in the past 2 years. Like the first achievement was during pandemic. We ensured that all our customers, their data was secure, and their applications were running seamlessly in our data center, because we had people working 24/7 in all our data centers. The second biggest achievement is last year, somewhere on February 24th, 2020, when we signed a joint venture with the US-based company called Iron Mountain, and due to which we have data centers now all across India. Iron Mountain is a US-based company, it's a Fortune 500 company, and this has enabled us to increase the footprint of data centers all across India. Currently, we have data centers in Mumbai, Pune, and Noida, and slowly, very slowly, by the end of this year, we're going to have data centers in Bangalore and Chennai. So the last thing which I would like to say before leaving is, if any company wants to host, it has to be WebWorks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Many congratulations.
Nice. Congratulations.
And now we come to the final award of the evening. Under the category of Open Digital Ecosystem Platform of the Year, our winner is Manipal Signa Healthcare Insurance. Inviting the entire team up on stage, please.
for the entire Manipal Signal team out there. The team has worked really very hard for the last 24 months, especially during COVID. It has been so unprecedented. We've come up with multiple new products, and one of the newest product, which is Prime. We call it the entire campaign is health insurance mein aa gaya hai Prime. We built an ecosystem of sorts across 8 to 9 different partners, trying and enabling our consumers to lead a healthy and absolutely fit life. And building that ecosystem was a very big task, but keeping customer centricity has always been at the center of our heart. And I'm very happy for the effort that the team has taken. Our products, digital, health risk management, the entire operations team, a big thank you to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you and many congratulations to the entire team.
So, are we done with the awards?
Yes, sir, we are.
Yeah. So, before we close, we have an amazing philosopher and a shire in this room, who is like standing here besides me here. So, I will request him to give his closing remarks, or if you have philosophy or शायरी सुनेंगे. Besides his IT expertise, venture capital expertise, he has other expertise. And
okay, so guys, जिंदगी की असली उड़ान अभी बाकी है. जिंदगी की असली उड़ान अभी बाकी है और कई इम्तिहान अभी बाकी हैं. जिंदगी की असली उड़ान अभी बाकी है और कई इम्तिहान अभी बाकी है. अभी तो नापी है सिर्फ मुट्ठी भर जमीन हमने. अभी तो नापी है सिर्फ मुट्ठी भर जमीन हमने. अभी तो पूरा आसमान बाकी है. Wish you all the best for, and please stay safe and roaring business, and let's plan for the next physical event very soon. Stay in touch. लोग कहते हैं फिर मिलेंगे, हम कहते हैं, लोग कहते हैं मिलते रहेंगे तो जिंदा रहेंगे, और हम कहते हैं बिल्कुल रोज हमें मिलते रहना चाहिए. हमें somewhere we have to stay connected, and I think this is such great opportunity for organizing a physical event after a long gap. So thank you very much, Ravi ji, thank you very much, Elets, and thank all of you. Good night.
Thank you so
बहुत बहुत
much.
धन्यवाद राजीव जी. बस एक और step. Let us award our Elets team, which has been toiling for last 2 months, day and night. दिन और रात वो लगे रहे. So let me invite my team who is here on the stage. Manu is here, Hina, Shivam.
Can we please put our hands together?
Asir.